who delivered the welcome note. Then I spoke briefly about the concept note, and I spoke briefly about what you are likely to expect in the coming sessions all through this week. We have a wonderful set of sessions lined up today as well. And we start with a topic that is very important. Our speaker is already there with us. And very soon we will have the introduction of the speaker. Today, we also had Mr. Shakti Brata Sen, who from Room to Read, who gave us some very interesting anecdotes and some very insights into how to read those anecdotes as social texts. And we also had Mr. Gaur from the government side, who gave us a different perspective of how literacy in praxis and how libraries are so important. So without further ado, I would like to welcome today from Room to Read, Ms. Rohini Roy, with whom I have been collaborating. Ms. Rohini Roy is a social development professional with more than 12 years of experience in the development sector. After completing her master's in rural management in 2005, she worked with organizations like Aga Khan Foundation, Sesame Trust India, American India Foundation. She handled different projects on health, ECCE, microfinance, education. She belongs to the lovely state, the beautiful state of Uttarakhand. She's very proud of it. And she's currently working as Program Officer Literacy with Room to Read India in Uttarakhand since 2020, February. She loves listening to music. She loves going on long drives, and she is extremely meticulous about everything that she does. I know I have worked in very close quarters with her all these days, and a lot of work has gone into all that she has been doing so far, collaborating across so many boards. So please welcome Ms. Rohini Roy. Welcome, Rohini ji, and over to you, please.
Thank you so much, Richa ji, for those kind words. And a very warm good morning to all the attendees and our respected Room to Read members here. Now, before I start with the introduction for our first speaker for the day, I would just like to start with a very short quote by Jhumpa Lahiri. I'm sure a majority of you must have heard it. She says that's the thing about books. They let you travel without moving your feet. And that is so true. When you start reading a book in the under your, it's winters. So I am guessing I'm saying it's under your blanket with a good book and a hot cup of cider or coffee in your hand. And when you start reading it, it just transforms that room for you. It takes you places. And that's what it does with children as well. It is the good books are like windows and doors to the outside world for children. And this is what we as an organization at Room to Read also believe. And I guess we have other organizations, our partner organization, Doon University, which we all believe that books open those doors and windows to the outside world for children, and they make them see the world through words. So this is what we had tried to, kind of unearth and unwind during our last association. And this 6-day long webinar, we are again trying to, kind of find the connect between children's literature and nature. And children's literature, how nature is portrayed, how humans are portrayed, how animals are portrayed in children's books. So the connect needs to be explored, and that is why we have kind of organize this 1 week talk series and webinar with Doon University. Now, without further ado, so the first session that we have today is by someone who, when she is not reading a children's book, she can be found writing or editing one. She's the author of multiple children's books, including a cloud called Bhura, which is the winner of the Author Award. So you want to know about the environment, and Savi and the Memory Keeper. Her picture books include That Night, P.S. What's Up with the Climate, What's Nima Eating Today, and The Seed Savers. She has a master's in environment security and peace from Costa Rica and is currently a commissioning editor at Pratham Books. And also, she is now a certified climate warrior. So please join me in welcoming and extending a very, very warm welcome to Ms. Bijal Vacharajani, who is a renowned author and editor and is going to facilitate and is going to lead and take the first session of the day for us today. So we welcome you, Bijal.
Thank you so much, Rohini, for that wonderful welcome. And thank you, Roop to Read, for inviting me to talk about what is my favorite subject. It's basically children's books and nature. And good morning, students. Thank you for coming so bright and early to listen to this. And I'm going to encourage you to put thoughts into the chat box. Comments, all of that as we talk. So please use that as a space to have a discussion. Okay, so I'm just going to share my screen. If can someone give me sharing screen rights, please? Thank you. Okay, I'm guessing you all can see my screen. What you see here is the cover of The Magic Faraway Tree. And this book had 3 children. They were called Joe, Beth, and Franny. And, I went back to this book very recently. And I wanted to understand that what did Joe, Beth, and Franny see when they climbed the magical faraway tree in the Enchanted Wood series by British author N. Blyton. It was quite cool because they saw lands, all sorts of lands full of presents, lands that were topsy-turvy, some that were filled with dreams, some that offered medicine. As the 3 children climbed this tree, they forged friendships with magical creatures like Moonface and Silky, and they discovered magical stories and whatnots. Every time we climb a tree, we find all of that. The gift of a red-vented bulbul puffing her chest out and trilling her song, fungi that grows like kernels of popcorn, a creeper employing clever ways to find its way up, trunks where geckos camouflage and spiders spin silken webs among the tree leaves, and where we find ourselves a little bit closer to the moon's face. All woods are enchanted, all trees magical, all forests full of stories. Sometimes you just need the right story to lure a young reader in. Of course, not like the witch waiting to roast Hansel and Gretel in the oven. That can stay firmly in fiction. So I came to these stories, fairy tales, Winnie the Pooh, Enid Blyton's Ruskin Bonds, like many Indian adults my age as a child. And of course, to paraphrase author Piers Torday, Blyton and Dulles were of their time and have many problematic themes. But we are not talking about that today. We're talking about nature in children's book. And it's only now when I look back, I realized that what stood out for me in these childhood reads were the verdant forests dotted with toadstools where perched fairies, babbling brooks that told many tales, and trees that opened doors to new worlds. Now, I was recently in the Mawphlang Sacred Forest of Shillong, where I came across a little niche that looked like the perfect door. Can you see that? Like it's both of them. They're just like little doorways. All I wanted to do was take a teaspoon of drink me potion, shrink down to the size of a beetle, and open it. Sadly, I'm a muggle, and all I could do was hug the tree and imagine the possibilities within and write about it. But isn't that what books do when it comes to almost everything, but especially nature? As Rohini said, they offer doors, windows, and mirrors into the world, into the many worlds that are around us. Reading. I'm just going to stop screen sharing. Okay. Reading gives children the space to be free, to imagine, to have agency, to build empathy, develop solidarity, and also to ask questions. So, in fact, I have seen it in action, not just with the childhood me who found herself in books, but also in my many interactions with children when I go to classrooms with my climate books. So, in 2019, I stood in a classroom in Srinagar and discussed the implications of the unprecedented November snowfall on the harvest with extremely well-informed senior students. They all had so many of them came from farming families, so many of them had seen what the snowfall would do to the orchards that they had grown up around it. And they all had actually really, really interesting ways of connecting the science that they'd learned in school to the devastating weather pattern that they were seeing outside their window. In Mumbai, I was regaled with stories about tigers and elephants by children. In another session, they created food monsters using seasonal vegetables. In Bangalore, I felt humbled as students talked urgently about greenhouse gas emissions. And in Jodhpur, my heart sank when I realized not a single child in my workshop had heard the term climate change. Well, I did use that opportunity to spend the next hour talking about seasonal changes, what climate change would do to chocolate and mangoes, and the whole crisis. So when we left, everyone was just very gung-ho that we're going to find out more about that. In Wardha, we talked about inspiring green heroes, and on the islands of Nicobar, the changes they see on the coastline. But I think one of my most pivotal moments was in Delhi. I was really torn when children came session after session at Bookaroo, which is a children's literature festival that happens annually. And they talked about the impact of that rising AQI, the smog in their lives. One said that his parents took him away to safety, and he just sounded so miserable when he was saying how much he missed his friends, his daily routine. And another looked at me and said with a very sad shrug, I have asthma. Can you imagine how this is? So every time I leave a classroom or a library, online or in person, I leave with one thought, that children care. They care about their future. They care about animals, the environment, the world around them. And like Greta Thunberg, Ridhima Pandey, Archana Soreng, they today are demanding a better future at a time in history when we are standing at the precipice of the Anthropocene. And the fact is that we need books to fuel this imagination, to remind them of the wonders they are defending, that introduce them to the natural world, fostering their love and respect for nature, inspiring them with ideas of conservation. Now, I have a question for you all, and please feel free to put this in the chat box. What are the kind of books that you all read when you were children? you can put it in the chat box. I would love to know. I've said what I read, so I'd love to hear from all of you that what are the kind of books that you all read as children? Panchatantra, yes. Fairy tales, Famous Five, Nancy Drew. Jungle Book, yes. Jataka Tales, comics, children's magazines, Harry Potter, Pinocchio, Nancy Drew. It's amazing. These are very, very close to what I read. Snow White, Aurora, Princess Stories, fables like Panchatantra, Chacha Chaudhary, Akbar Bilbar. Hey, Goosebumps, anime, manga, books, Archie's, Famous Five, Malgudi Days, yes. I think Tinkle's pretty much been an enduring one for almost every one of us. Garfield, I think for me, every morning I would wake up in Bombay, open the Bombay Times and read Garfield and the comic strips. So, yes. So, the books that you all are describing in the chat box, you realize that they have very similar themes. Like they have themes of school life, they have themes of adventure, mystery. There's also the everyday and scientific trivia and all in Tinkle. And as Kush said, abridged editions of famous novels. So basically your classics and all of that. So these themes, fantasy, like what we see in Harry Potter, adventure, which we see in the Beetle Boys series or Famous Five, mystery, which we see in Nancy Drew's. These have always been part of publishing for years. And as someone pointed out, nature and environment have also been very much there in these narratives. Jataka tales, Panchatantra, fairy tales, all of these are brimming with stories of nature. I mean, let's face it, how is the big bad wolf going to be hunting Red Riding Hood without a forest? You need the forest to be able to have that plot, right? You need the sea or the ocean for the little mermaid to splash about it. So it is a fact that all of these settings have always had nature as a mainstay in our childhood reads. In fact, and it's really interesting because studies show that books play a significant role in shaping children's perceptions, values, and attitudes. And I know it did for me. But what I find fascinating is that whenever I talk to naturalists, activists, and scientists who work in the environment or in wildlife, many fondly remember their childhood reading and rambles as a big part of their growing up influences. And which is why it's not surprising that they then went into these career choices. Recently, this wonderful author called Jason Reynolds pointed out something very important, which I kind of think I'm going to put on a t-shirt. He said that children's books are the cornerstone for literature. And that's so true. They're the building blocks for literacy, which is why we are all here talking about books. But it also means that books spark a lifelong love for stories and for fueling imagination. And without young readers, we will not see a grown-up generation of readers. Reading, Richard Love writes in The Last Child in the Woods, stimulates the ecology of the imagination. And this is why it's not surprising that what we are seeing today in publishing is being called the Greta Thunberg effect. I'm just going to double check that everyone here knows who Greta Thunberg is. Yes, just a quick yes in the chat box would be great. She's this teenage activist from Sweden who has been, yes, okay, that is great. So what is happening, we're seeing in publishing is very exciting. It's called the Greta Thunberg effect. And it's what Guardian calls the boom in books aimed at empowering young people to save the planet. And the thing is, this was sorely needed a few years ago in a paper titled The Human Environment Dialogue in Award-Winning Children's Picture Books. Researchers analyzed books that received this really prestigious award. It's called the Caldecott Awards. And they analyzed 196 books, 196 award-winning books between the period of 1938 to 2008, which is a huge time period to base your research around. And they found something which was very alarming. And here's, I'm going to quote this. There have been significant declines in depictions of natural environments and animals, while built environments have become much more common. One of the most disturbing findings of this study was the disappearance of wild animals from the books and the appearance of a constructed environment rather than a natural world. This is alarming, especially because there's a scientific consensus that being introduced to nature at a young age can help children grow up to be compassionate adults. Their childhood experiences shape the adults they grow into. I don't need to really go into details on that. So there's this professor who I think is very cool. His name is Liam Hennigan, and he's a professor at the DePaul University in Chicago. And he says something really fascinating, that a person's attunement towards nature is often determined by the youthful encounters with place. That which is most delightful to us in nature as adult is that which we remember from our youth. So to explain that, like, even now, if I have to sit back and think of places that are really special to me, it will be going tree climbing with my cousins in Lodi Garden in Delhi. Because, I was a child, very shy child, sitting at home, most of the times just running behind my sister, actually. And what I really remember is that we would go for these long picnics and my cousin would take us tree climbing. And the other was my mother rescuing animals and bringing them home. And while my sister, who's petrified of anything with four legs, would be hiding in the kitchen, my mom and I'll be feeding the kitten or taking care of the puppy or the bird. So I want you to reach back and think of what places from your childhood were very special to you and which continued to be special to you. Chat box. Hi, Rohan. Rohan says his backyard full of mongooses. Sindhu, tell us a little bit more about your village. What do you remember about it? A mango tree under which we used to play in summers. How cool. Stories from grandparents, tree climbing. River and sand. Our terraces are such great play places. Himalayan village, folk stories. Hey, we used to build tents out of bed sheets as well. Horror stories, trekking, picnics, hide and seek, big fields. So as you see, these are the childhood influences that are so strong for me. I read Famous Five as a child, which so many of you seem to have done as well. And my neighbor had this broken down car, which I used to imagine was Kirin Island, because I'd never seen an island before. And I'd sit inside this rusted Ambassador and basically just imagine going on different adventures. And this is what happened. The books that I read were feeding my imagination, but especially around nature. And that's what this Professor Liam Hennigan says. He says that, often books that are there, like Brown Bear, they aren't written with ecology in mind, but they become gold mines for environmental meanderings. And more, they offer the most gentle and loving ways to teach kids about the havoc humans are wreaking on nature. So in his class, Hennigan uses beloved children's books, like some of these are my favorites, Charlotte's Web, The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, and what we've titled the seminar, with a little bit of a tweak, Where the Wild Things Are. And, one thing that Liam says I find very, very true. He says that the last thing you want to do is to turn something precious and carefree, which is nature and reading, into a pedagogical exercise. Because really, you don't want to be reading a book with a child and closing it and saying, Chalo, now let us talk about the nutrient cycle. Because, if anything's going to turn off a child from a book, it will be that making them do tests or quizzing them about it. In fact, I was listening to librarians from the Community Library Project in Delhi, and they said the same thing, that when it comes to reading, the moment you make it about a lesson or homework worthy, children don't want to read those books. And so, which is why you need books that make children fall in love with nature and then pass on that appreciation through play and hikes and all of that. Okay. So recently I was researching for an article on climate grief and our collective amnesia. And I came across this paper. It's titled The Importance of Children Interacting with Big Nature. And it's written by Peter Kahn and Thea Weiss. And it states, the problem of environmental generational amnesia is that nature gets increasingly diminished and degraded, but children of each generation perceive the environment into which they are born as normal. Thus, across generations, the baseline shifts downwards as to what counts as healthy nature. So the idea of what is nature is constantly shifting from one generation to another. And now to me, that's a really terrifying thought, because the authors then offer some examples. So to a city child, a concretized fountain means big water. Imagine what they would do if they saw a waterfall. Or a squirrel could be a big mammal. When I read it first, I burst out laughing because, really squirrel, big mammal. I mean, every time I see a big rat, I freak out. Yes, that would be big mammal for me. But it's a sobering thought. I have met children who've never petted a dog. My parents say it's full of germs, or even climbed a tree. And I kind of feel that we've forgotten that clouds are stories in the sky. They're not tech interventions that hold tangible memories like photos and videos. That streams are water bodies and not just video flows like the one we are in. And tigers are not just cute emojis and gifs. They're living beings that are being threatened by deforestation and poaching and many, many other things at this point. Robert McFarlane, this author based out of the UK, he's actually written about this, about the loss of nature from our lexicon. While researching for his book Landmarks, he discovered something really, this is all full of alarming bits, I'm sorry, but he discovered that nature words were being axed from the dictionary in favor of technological ones. And so he did something very cool. He made this book with Jackie Morris. It's called Lost Words. And it's called The Lost Words. And the book is full of spell songs. And he writes at the back, once upon a time, words began to vanish from the language of children. They disappeared so quickly that at first almost no one noticed, until one day they were gone. But there's an old kind of magic for finding what is missing and for summoning what has vanished. If the right spells are spoken, the lost words might return. And so here's what he's done. He's used the nature words that have been dropped from the dictionary. And so he creates first Jackie Morris creates a very barren landscape. You can see that it's not green, words are scattered, everything is brown and bleak. Then they put this spell, and it's about a corn here. And so there's a spell which is meant to be read aloud. And then there's the acorn, as you can see in the illustration. And next page, you have summoned back the acorn and all the animals and birds and flora and fauna that are associated with nature. So that is clever crafting of a book, right? Because like Liam said, a book is not supposed to be teachable moments. It's supposed to be about the joy of reading. So one of the things that you may have noticed while you all were putting these books that you have read as children, somebody had a question? Okay. One of the things you may have noticed that a lot of the books that you put in were mythology and folk tales, or they were international British or American authors that you had written about. If you look at best-selling lists in what used to be Crossword, or even if you look at the airport bookstores, you'll see mythology and folk tales and non-fiction books are always in the top, and you will barely see environment books. And this is very bizarre because, like somebody said, that our folk tales are full of nature. Our indigenous art forms celebrate nature motifs and the environment. And yet we seem to be suffering from nature amnesia already in publishing. So I was writing my thesis in 2014. And there's this book that had been published. It's called 101 Indian Children's Books We Love. And it's a guidebook to recommending good Indian books for children. And they put in 101 books, and I kind of analyzed it to see how many of them were green children's books. And it was interesting because out of 101, just 26, about a quarter, had environmental themes, eco plots, or stories that included some element of love for animals, environment, and nature. So, and the most of these environmental friendly stories were for younger children, ages 5 to 7, and which kind of makes sense because that's when children are exploring the world around them. They're figuring out that a bird is a bird, but they're also now figuring out there's a crow, there's a bulbul, there's a koel. They're figuring out these differences. So introducing them to nature concepts at that age is a great idea. But then maybe it's homework, I have no idea, but there seems to be a dip in stories that have animal or environmental themes. And then there's again a rise in the ages of 12 plus category. And this is fascinating because it kind of shows that we think and nature is something that we have to teach to children at a younger age, and then later on other subjects become more important. So I remember one of my professors in education for sustainable development made us do this really fascinating exercise. And I kind of think it explains why we have this slight amnesia towards nature. He made us draw ourselves and animals and the environment. And when we looked at everybody's drawings, we realized that most people had fenced off the animals and the forest in a different area. They lived in a very different area, and which were dotted with some trees, but that's about it. And it was a great example of how we other the environment in our minds. I don't think we need a genre called environment fiction, climate fiction, green books, because fact is that all books are environment books. You cannot write a story without talking about the environment, because we are part of the environment and not the other way around. It shapes us, shapes who we are. And I mean, let's face it, even the apocalyptic books that we see made now are seeming a little too real for comfort, except for perhaps zombies, but who knows even about that. Um, that said, writing for environment can be tricky, um, because, as authors, we have to tread that fine balance between talking to an age group that's very different from us. When you're writing for grown-ups, you're talking to people who are your age. But when you're writing for children, you're talking to a person who you were once, right? So you've got to be sensitive, but you also cannot talk down. And it's something I often discuss with my authors at Pratham Books. When you talk to a child, uh, if you're going to stand and hover and look down on them and talk to them, a child's just going to be like, I don't want to listen to this adult. But if you sit down with the child, have a conversation, you'll find that there's lots of things to discuss. And that's exactly how you write for children, and especially about the environment. You don't talk down to them, you don't become sanctimonious, and you don't become didactic or preachy. And even when you're introducing environmental degradation, which Rohan does in a fantastic way and we'll be talking about soon, and he'll tell you more on this, you have to ensure the book is not didactic or gloomy. Because, here's the thing. Fostering a love for nature and environment isn't didactic, it isn't preachy. It's part of what makes us human. And these books have to reflect that humanity. And this is why I feel like we need more fiction in India for children to foster green feelings, yes, but to also offer hope, because to me, that's what fiction does. We're at a time where we're seeing 412 parts per million of carbon in the atmosphere. We're seeing unprecedented weather events. I can't tell you how many tweets about the Bangalore weather and laundry not drying have been shared in the last few weeks. Jokes apart, what we're seeing is actually quite frightening. We're seeing relentless heat and cold waves and droughts and floods across the world. And which is why, like many people, I turn to fiction for hope, because after all, climate anxiety is very real. And fiction becomes that safe space for children to explore these feelings that they're having about their future. It gives them a space to understand climate vulnerability and injustice, and thinking about their own roles and responsibilities without it feeling like an awful burden. Because I keep saying it's great that they're out there campaigning, but hello, they have homework to do. This is our job. So, which is why books are important, because they give children the space to to think about climate change. And I'm going to give you a few examples of books that I think do this very well. How many of you read Percy Jackson by Rick Riordan? I'm a big fan of, yes. So you remember the book Battle of the Labyrinth, in which Percy has a friend called Grover, who's a satyr, and they set out in the search for Pan, the lost god of the wilderness. And when they eventually find the god, he finds Pan on his deathbed, and Pan dies because the natural world is dying, and that is causing him to fade away as well. So that sounds dismal, but here's the thing: as Pan dies, and the thing is that Percy Jackson is based around the theory that gods die when people don't remember him, and which is why Pan, the god of wilderness, is dying. So as Pan dies, he passes on his energy to Grover and his friends, bequeathing upon them the task to save the natural world and wildlife. Then there is this very cool author, her name is Lauren James, who has actually started the International League of Climate Fiction Writers, which connects all of us authors and illustrators and gives us a space to discuss our climate books. Her book, Green Rising, is about teenagers in a climate change world who develop a very cool new power. They can grow plants from their skin. And of course, there are profit-hungry organizations who would like to exploit these green fingers for their own reasons. So that are two great examples of the way fantasy and magic realism look at climate change. But, I think what literature does very well is puts children at the center of the action, which is what we're currently seeing in the real world. It gets children to be part of the scientific query. That is impossible to resist. And there are these 3 books by M.G. Leonard. They're called Beetle Boy, Beetle Queen, and Battle of the Beetles, which again takes adventures and insects to talk about climate change in a very, very cool way. And of course, there are talking animals, which is a dying genre in some ways. It's one of my favorite, like Charlotte's Web, the story about a clever spider who helps save a pig from the wrong side of the butcher's knife, raises questions about empathy, food security, a healthy relationship between farmer and animals, especially when when climate change, one of the biggest culprits for climate change is the way we rear our farm animals. Another favorite is Ranjit Lal's Tigers of Taboo Valley. Now here's the thing. On the face of it, it's about a patriarchal tiger who discovers his daddy instincts when he's forced to take care of his cubs. But it's very cool because there are these nuances that Ranjit throws in. Like there are vultures who are ironically named Diclo and Faniac after the drug that proved fatal to vulture populations. There's poachers and there are rogue porcupines called Khoon Pyasa. And that's what Ranjit told me once in an interview. He said the trick is to get them interested in wildlife by not making an academic meal out of it. It's got to be fun, appeal to the sense of adventure and curiosity. And this is why I come to the most awkward part of this discussion. I come to my books. This is why I wrote A Cloud Called Bura. It's published by Speaking Tiger and it's illustrated beautifully by Oindri, who, as you can see, has made some really cool illustrations. So I was studying climate change. I was in college like all of you all. And I came across this brown cloud phenomena, which is basically was seen by captured by satellite images across global south of the world. And what fascinated me was that the way the world reacted to it. It made me think that climate change, while a very tangible scientific phenomena, is actually being defined by the way people perceive it, the way politicians talk about it, the way media frames it, the way adults dismiss it or talk about it. It's all now about, oh, that one said this, the news said this. And that's why I kind of wrote A Cloud Called Bura, because I wanted to talk about teenagers who didn't want to take any more excuses as masks, extreme weather, and illnesses became a part of their lives. And they take it upon themselves to find out why is there a smoke-filled brown cloud hovering over the city. And there's a part at the end of this book where there are lots of children who come together and they start talking to each other. And every voice in that part is real. I interviewed children, I spoke to them, I emailed them, and all of their voices have gone into the book. It's quite interesting because when I take Bura to classrooms and I'd ask them, what would you do if the smog-filled cloud called Bura was to come and hover over your city? And children always have the best answers, right? So they say things like, I will fight it. Or some will say, I will run away, which is practical. But a lot of them will be like, I want to know more. Can you tell me more? And in contrast to the adults in that classroom, usually who will just be like, we're skipping town. And I think that's a great reflection of how children react to the climate crisis and literature. They actually see it as a form of scientific query, as an adventure in some ways, and also a way of being given agency to talk about their future. So yeah, and one of the things that kept coming to me while I was out there with Bhura was was climate anxiety. A lot of parents wrote to me saying, my child's getting climate anxiety, can you help her, and all of that. So which is why I ended up writing my next book, which should be out in a couple of days. It's called Savi and the Memory Keeper. I don't have a cover to show you because it's out this week. And it's about a story about a girl who loses her father, and at the same time she's losing the climate around her. It's degrading, it's falling apart. And so she's dealing with this huge monumental personal grief. But she suddenly realizes that there's this larger grief that has afflicted the town that she has moved to with her family. Because I think, again, fiction is a great way of being able to navigate these things. Now, depending on the time we have, I can either read a bit and then we can take questions.
Yeah, so Bijal, we still have time with us. So if you want to read it out, you're most welcome. Please go ahead.
Okay, so I'm going to start by start in a very dark morning in this book. This book has four protagonists. Their names are Ammi. Ammi is very much a nerd. A lot of people when they read Ammi were like, "Is that you?" And I was like, "Not really." But Ammi is serious, and she's always got her nose buried in a book, and she's always sharing some useless trivia. She's very clumsy, always tardy. Her neighbor is Mithil, also called Mythman. He has the best appetite in school, and he's very short, and he loves cooking, only he's very bad at cooking. And then there's Tammy, who is, she thinks she's ordinary, but she's not. And she's a hoarder of comic books, has the best lunchbox in school, and is a collector of Harry Potter trivia. And lastly, there's Andrew, who I think everyone knows an Andrew. He's sarcastic, he's cynical, and while everybody else is just like, let's save the world, he's like, no, I have homework to do. So that's the four children, and the book starts on a very dark day in Mumbai, where they live. Now, I have a question. When you look out of your window, I mean, you all study at Doon, so I'm sure it's a picturesque one. What do you see? House being constructed. Rohini, I see that from the other side of my house as well. Sindhu sees trees, mountains, and houses. I see basically a mother dairy factory and a lot of clouds. Very lucky, Anjali. She has a green field right in front of her house. Kushi sees mountains. You all have gorgeous views. Anushruti has powerhouse. Squirrel and bird. My garden with 2 trees. Okay, so now Amni. On most days, Amni could see the following from her 21st floor window of the building in Glen Meadows Society. 1. Mrs. Daruwala's apartment. 2. A colorful line of Mrs. Daruwala and family's clothes hanging out to dry. 3. Which even I do see. Pigeons roosting and pooping on the parapet. 4. A mango tree with no mangoes on it. 5. A piece of sky. But today, Amni couldn't see anything. Correction. All she could see was a thick haze. Everything was grayish brown, like on an overcast monsoon day. There was no sky. There was no sun. A brown cloud lowered in the sky, whirling like her top. In her lifespan of 12 years, 9 months, and 10 days, Amni had never seen a cloud quite like this one. It was also the biggest thing she had ever seen, and Amni lived in a city crammed with tall skyscrapers and long bridges. Outside her window, it was as though the world had turned upside down, and now a turbulent, toxic ocean hovered above them. The cloud was a swirling mass of sooty grays, muddy browns, burnt yellows. Gases collided violently and restlessly into each other, like someone had appended bottles of oil paints and smashed them together. Below, their neighbors were standing on the cemented path and pointing out. Ghosh uncle was bent over his phone, trying to take a selfie with the brown cloud in the background. Amni whispered, "What is that?" "I have no clue," Ma said, reaching for her phone. "Is it an eclipse, you think?" "Really? An eclipse? When was the last time you saw an eclipse that looked like a fat UFO cloud squatting on top of us?" Sometimes adults made no sense. Now, the thing with adults is that we do two things when we are faced with a problem. We go onto our phones to find out what's happening, or we switch on the television, which is what Ma does. She goes and switches on the television a special edition of Khabar Bhayankar. The most popular news show on TV was on. Vaturio Bauche was shouting into his microphone. Now, Amni had always thought the newscaster resembled a hyperactive crow with a slick-back charcoal hair, shiny black suit. Today, he was like a hyperactive crow with 15 cups of coffee. "This cloud, it's the brownest cloud we've ever seen," Vaturio Bauche declared. Amni rolled her eyes. Brown was kind of obvious. "Climate scientists are pouring in from all over the world to study this unusual cloud that's hovering above our city. My question to you, mysterious brown cloud, is why are you here?" Vaturio Bauche dramatically pointed the mic at the sky. There was no response, not even a rumble of thunder. Now, when I wrote this book, a lot of people said children are not going to get the nuances. And the fact is that every single child knows these things because they observe, they listen to their parents talking. The news is always on. They read newspapers as part of school, so they know. And as a writer and as an editor, I kind of feel that when you're working with children, you have to respect them, respect what they think, respect what they say. And when you do that, that's when you write honest, authentic fiction about nature. So I'm going to conclude by sharing something that I strongly believe in. One of my favorite humans in the world is Rachel Carson. And I have a note taped on the wall from her book. It's called The Sense of Wonder. Everybody's heard about The Silent Spring, but The Sense of Wonder is kind of my favorite book. It's a story of her explorations of nature with her nephew. And she says this really wonderful thing, which I have kind of tweaked. And I'm going to read out my tweaked out version. If a child is to keep alive her inborn sense of wonder, she needs the companion of at least one adult and many books who can share it, rediscovering with her the joy, excitement, and mystery of the world we live in. Someone recently asked me, is my next book also about climate change? And you know what I said? What else would it be about? Thank you so much.
Wow, Bijal, that was great. It was such a powerful presentation, and the way you read out the excerpt from your book was just it was mesmerizing, and thank you so much. We all know, that children, they know and they care about climate change, and even if they don't find when they don't know it completely, when they find out about it, there's a visceral concern about the planet, like you just exhibited in front of us, that it was just great. So books do fuel our imagination, be it adults, be it children, and moreover children. And the symbiotic connect between books and the brewing of ideas around planet for a better future is what fuels us in having these kind of sessions with wonderful speakers like you. So the way you gave us anecdotes, the way you used your childhood experiences, the way you connected with the audiences, asking them questions about what they've read and what is the first thing that they see when they look out a window. It was just very helpful, I guess, for everybody here.
Thank you, Rohini.
To understand where the wild beads are. So thank you, Bijal. Thank you so much. And yes, definitely we have a comment from Rohan saying that all the audiences here would love to know more about your upcoming release. And can we have a few lines on that, please?
Rohan, I will cut you after this. I actually do have I'm just going to share my screen. That's the cover of my book, and Mimi, who's part of the panel here, actually has been my editor on this, and it's called Savi and the Memory Keeper. It's a book that's very close to me. It's based on grief. It's based on climate change, and it's about a teenager, Savi, who moves to a new city. Her family moves there because their father recently died. And the only good thing about the city, it's this gorgeous, magical climate, which is just like, it's so fresh. And coming from Delhi, she's just like, what is this place? But nothing can cheer her up because she's lost her father. On top of that, she's in a new school with stuck-up classmates. And then to make matters worse, plants start talking to her. And they start telling her all sorts of things. And there's this giant ficus tree in the backyard of her school. So whenever she wants to escape from those stuck-up kids, as well as the eco club that she's being forced to be part of, she goes and sits next to that tree because she feels a kinship with it. And suddenly the tree starts telling her stories. And these are stories of climate change. These are stories of memories, the story of the city and how things have changed. And of course, there are villains who I will not tell you about. You'll have to read it. And of course, there is a cat. And so, yes, that's Savi and the Memory Keeper.
Great. Thank you so much, Bijal. Anurag says that the whole lecture was very amazing and it was very informative. And I guess we sitting, all of us sitting here do agree with him. So now I would like to request the participants here, the attendees here, to, if they have any questions for Bijal. I know this was a lecture which must have fueled a lot of questions in your mind. So please just let them out in the form of words on this chat box. And yes, do we have a question? Yeah. So Bijal, Sindhu says,
would like
sometimes, yeah. Can you hear me, Bijal? Am I audible? Yeah, okay. So Sindhu says that sometimes children's books or fairy tales portray certain animals as negative or having negative qualities. For example, the wolf in Red Riding Hood, or in the Three Pigs, or the crocodile in Crocodile and Monkey. So does this need to be re-evaluated?
Oh, Sindhu, that's such a great question. And I think there have been many retellings of fairy tales from the feminist perspective to talk about Cinderella reclaiming her identity, and many more such stories. And I definitely think there is a need for that. I actually have done a retelling of that because and it's slated to come out sometimes end of next year. I think we've historically seen a lot of black and whites when it comes to fairy tales and other folk and other tales, in that sense, where a certain kind of predatory animal is always pitted against human beings, and and their natural history characters, which are very, very unique to them, are then used to incite fear, to invoke some sort of conflict. And I think that it is changing slowly, and but we need more of these reclaiming of stories for the animals and for nature. Yes, the big bad wolf was not big bad. He was just following his canine instincts. And similarly the only person we should just be like the witch who was trying to put Hansel and Gretel in the oven, like, witch, calm down, here's some cake, bake that instead. So definitely agree with you, Sindhu, on that one.
Rohini ji, I have a thing to say to Bijal.
Yes,
absolutely. Please go.
Bijal, your talk was just exhilarating. I'm a mother of an 8-year-old, and I totally connect with everything. My daughter is a voracious reader. She loves to grab books, and I'm sure that my bookshelf is going to see a lot of your books very, very soon. So they're lovely. I have smitten as I am with all that you had to say, I would like to know what you think about how important is it for children to write their stories and publish them?
I think it's very important for children to write their stories. I was a very introverted child who had moved cities when I was very young. And it was very hard on me because I went from a regular school to a very posh school. I was suddenly surrounded by stuck-up kids. I am not Savi as well. I just want to point that out. But I spent my time a lot writing at that point of time. I would write my thoughts, which I could not share with my family or with my friends. And it helped become a release at a time when therapy and things were not really talked about. I feel like we shouldn't be in a rush to publish as children, because I think Scholastic can all do some wonderful work where they do contests, they could publish the best of Indian children writing in an anthology. But I think that writing also comes from life experiences, and children need to be heard through their stories, through their writing. But go slow. I mean, I published my first book when I was 5 years ago. Writing comes with experience. It comes as a sum of your experience. So I want to just say that I feel like there is a rush for children to be published, which I think what should be encouraged for their voices to be heard. We created this really beautiful book at Pratham Books where we got 16 children to share their wishes. And then we got 16 of India's amazing illustrators to illustrate those wishes and give wings to them. So I think there are ways to get their thoughts out. And that said, I don't think there should be restrictions like what Greta has written. Her book of speeches is amazing. Dara McCulty's Nature Journal is amazing. So, but yeah, go slow, enjoy the process. Don't be in a rush for an outcome. Writing is a journey at this point of time.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. I completely agree with you, and especially, concerning the competitiveness involved with getting it published. But what I particularly referred to here was not so much the competitiveness or the race to get into the publishing industry or to feel, one is part of that commodity as a commodity, but more that, other children get to read words written by or words conceived by their fellow children in that sense, because sometimes a lot of our worlds are monopolized by our adult-centric, anthropocentric views, anthropocentric biases, which we are not even aware of a lot of times. And children give free play to that innately, intensively, immersively. And in that sense, if they get published, other children, when they read their books, they kind of connect with them in a way, like the way you spoke and you said, children should not be talked down to. And they are very perceptive to it. The youngest of children are extremely perceptive to whether the adults around them are talking them down. And in that sense, but yes, what you say is extremely valid and extremely true. And we have a lot to learn.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Richa ji. So Bijal, we have another question from Anjali, and she says, to what extent do illustrations play a role in shaping children's perspectives and attitudes towards nature?
Well, Rohan's here, who's going to, I think, talk a lot about that because he's perhaps one of the most iconic visual, author of our times at this point of time. I work with picture books as well as room to read, and I realized that we've always been a visual culture in that sense. We have our folk, our indigenous art, for instance, has been our first introduction to storytelling. I mean, that's what human beings did, right? You go to Bhimbetka and you see cave paintings of which are basically illustrated stories. And so illustrations and pictures and images have always been very compelling. And I think the first thing illustrations in a picture book especially do is they encourage the child to pick up the book, even if the words are sometimes a deterrent. It gets a child to turn the page because the pictures are sometimes telling their own story. And that's what a good book with pictures will do. It will tell a story that's part of the narrative that's written, but it also tells its own story. Like Kanato Jimo, he's this wonderful artist who now works with Penguin. And he's done this wordless book called Snip. And it's about these two children having a day of mischief when one of them accidentally cuts her hair. So these siblings says, I'll also cut my hair. And then the rest of the day is basically trying to hide it. And then they start having fun. And all of us have done that, right? My sister cut my fringe saying, I'll make you look like Betty from Betty and Veronica. And it was a disaster. So, and it's such a popular book because even though though it has no words, it's the illustration tells the story and shifts the story, making the page turn constant. So, or even Priya Kurin's Amachi's glasses, which, there's a point where I think it's a cat who's stuck up on a mango tree. And the thing is, at no point do you say it's a mango tree, but Priya's illustrations are so vivid that first you see the mango tree from far, then you go closer, you get to see its trunk, you get to see its leaves, then you see the little mango flowers, then you see the fruits. And suddenly you've got the whole ecology history of that tree right in front of you without being told about it. So I kind of think that illustrations play a major role in shaping perspectives and attitudes towards nature. And one of the things we want to do is change the word wordless picture book because, hello, I feel like that also takes away from the term.
Yeah, rightly said, Bijal. Thank you so much. So we have another question from Aditi, and she says, how can books in real time help children, those who live in and around the cities, in connecting to nature at large with something that they have not seen around them normally, like you also kind of said in your lecture? You have seen children who haven't petted dogs. Now that's very unusual, but that's what Aditi's question is. So what can we do? How can books help?
So one of the things that I realized that books can really do is to make urban wildlife more accessible as well as animals around you. Rohan and I have this book together. It's called The Great Indian Nature Trail with Uncle Bicky. And Rohan explores the world, parts of India through comics. And we try to break down some of the we try to break down through stories the way children interact with wildlife around them. So we encourage, in that book, we get children to go out and observe, look at leaves carefully, look for caterpillars, talk about why why you should not be scared of geckos without actually saying it. So you show them geckos are cool, and children will then figure it, because the fact is that a lot of our fears are learned from adults. It's a child isn't born with these fears. These are social conditioning fears that come to you. So a lot of books do try to do that now, where they try to acquaint children to their urban environment with nature. Like Bura is kind of has this one chapter where they're all sitting and thinking about this heat wave, and they suddenly start thinking about the marine life of Mumbai, which is also a collective, and start thinking about the crabs and how are they dealing with this heat. So I think what books can do is to encourage to have these little observational moments, which children can then replicate unconsciously often to explore the world around them, even in built environments, and then they will not think of a squirrel as big mammal.
Okay, thanks. Vijay, so we have another question from Achal, and she says, what kind of narrative do you think works the best in children's literature? As in, you talked about a lot of nuances that get across to children, and we need to respect that. So is there a kind of language that is imperative?
I think in terms of narrative, what I feel is that the first thing is that when it comes to a book, and any book, it has to be readable. Yeah, it has to be immensely like it should absorb the child into the story, and it shouldn't be about I'm going to teach you something, because that's when children turn away from that. So I definitely think that starting with pedagogy or didacticism does not work. What I definitely think is also the other thing that I have learned over the years is that don't try to replicate the language that children use currently, because they can see through you and they'll know when you're trying to say LOL or ROFL and things like that. What you need to do is you need to remember the child you were, because here's the thing: when you're writing a story about a magician, it's very hard to imagine being a magician, or it's very hard to imagine yourself as a wolf when you're writing that story. One of the things that's easiest to do in some ways is to go back to the child you were. So like literally get back into that canvas shoes of yours, and try and remember what it was that you felt like as a child, because emotions at that point are defined very differently, they're perceived very differently, small things are magnified. And write that, because one of the things that you can do honestly is write your own experiences as a child. I'm not saying say exactly that maths teacher shouted at me because I didn't do my homework, but that feeling of being singled out in a classroom, that heart clenching custard feeling in your stomach, that's what you need to be able to replicate. So my thing is, go back to the language of what you felt as when you were a child.
Okay, great, Bijal. So we have another question from Shivang, who says children's literature provides an avenue for students to learn about their own cultural heritage and the cultures of other people. And he's from Garhwal, Himalayas, and we all have an old oral tradition of storytelling. And he says he feels a great disconnect of youth from the original roots. So what he wants to know is how can he write and work on folk in children's literature,
Shivank, I think that's a great question, because the fact is that there are hegemonies when it comes to storytelling about cultures, and you're placed at a space where you can come from authenticity to tell the story of your space, of your culture, of your people. First, if you want to write, you've got to read, and read everything. Read bad books, read good books, read books that make you want to cry, that make you want to laugh. So read a lot. Read stuff that you think you want to write like, read stuff that you don't want to write like. Then research. You need to get these stories. A lot of times stay with the voice that the stories are told you, and we are a country of a very strong oral tradition. Keep that close to you when you're writing, and respectfully write these stories. I think that if you write the stories as you know them, and at some point you'll work with an editor, you'll work with people, peers who will read your work and critique it, you'll get there. But the first step is to read, and the second is to actually start writing these stories. Getting them to the youth, all of that will be secondary. But I would say, Shivak, you're the one who sees mountains and all of that outside your window. Go ahead and write these stories. The world wants to read them.
Okay, great. I hope, Shivang, you must have got the answer to your question. And now we have another question. I'm sorry, I can't see the name of the person who's punched in the question, But the person says, ma'am, what was the first idea when you decided to write this book? When did you think that there's a need to write a book on children or for children?
So hello, anonymous attendee. I've been working with children for years. I used to work with Sanctuary Asia, where I used to run a program called Kids for Tigers. And every time I would speak to children, they would remind me that they care so much about the world. There was one boy who used to go around getting signatures on Tiger, Save the Tiger campaign, like to everybody, including us who had shared the campaign with them. There were children who would write to governments saying that we saw a circus lion somewhere. Can we do something about it? There were children who would be out there on the road helping animals and treating dogs with maggots. And I've always felt that children care a lot about the environment. And I did realize that there are lots of international books that are centered around these themes. In India, an editor friend of mine, actually, who's a friend now, but at that point she wrote to me saying, "Would you like to write about these experiences you had working with farmers, working with animals, working with children, and put that into a book?" And that's when I actually thought about it, because honestly, I'm completely in awe of literature, and to be part of it was not something I'd ever realized would happen. I dreamt of it, but it happened completely by accident, and it became a sum of my experiences, and that's how I wrote the book.
Okay, great. Do we have any more questions? Not at this point of time. But I guess if anyone has any questions, they can punch in here, and we'll definitely let Bijal, we'll connect with Bijal with those questions, and she can send in her answers to those questions. So thank you, Bijal. Thank you for such a befitting start. Okay. We have another question from Khushi, I think. When you write, do you try to incorporate the things you used to miss in your childhood?
You mean like I wish I had in my childhood, or I miss from my childhood? Just double checking, Kush.
Yeah. Kush, if you can clarify.
I wish I had in my childhood. Actually, I mean, in some ways, my childhood, like I said, I definitely do write protagonists that are very shy in their own ways. I realize that constantly, but I also have given them, I often give them, most of my protagonists have find ways to amplify their voices by the end of the book. And they do that with a lot of hard struggle, with a lot of opposition. And I kind of feel like that's perhaps something that I do unconsciously, now that you mentioned it. So thank you for pointing that, for making me think about this. I definitely feel like as a child, I was so scared of saying things or speaking my mind. I mean, I once didn't return a library book, and I don't think I've slept for months because of that. So my protagonists definitely have that slightly more courageous, bold sense of self. And if they're not, and they don't always start like that, but they find it. So I do end up doing that.
Great. I don't think you have a problem with that now, Bijal. Yes, you can see that. So let us wait for a couple of more seconds. If anybody else has any questions, maybe you can wait for 30 seconds or so. Yeah, if anyone has any more questions, please punch them in. And as I said, if you want to take your time, okay. So we have one from Ayushi. And she says, how can children literature be helpful to keep them away from the state of prejudice towards somebody?
Oh, Ayushi, I think, children's literature does exactly that. I think narratives can tell you when you're othering another child or another human or another animal in that sense. And you never know exactly when it happens. For instance, there was an early study that had been done on readers of Harry Potter, and it said that the group that actually studied had read Potter were less prejudiced than the group that had not. So there are ways of talking about social justice, about talking about biases and challenging stereotypes in children's literature. And sometimes I kind of, when I read books for grown-ups, which I also do, it's not like just books for children that I read, but I realized that I think children's books do that even more because children's authors and illustrators take themselves very seriously when it comes to their audience. I feel like we know we can't trick them, as I said, but we also know that there's a certain responsibility. And since Ron's going up next, like you'll see in his work, there's a lot of questioning of capitalism, questioning of policies, or even just the way people react to nature. And I kind of feel like he does that with humor. A lot of people do that with social emotional stories. So it depends on what comes to you naturally. Like to me, I do often use humor as, it's almost like a shield for me. I'm like Chandler from Friends in that sense, where I'm constantly making jokes when I'm nervous. But I feel like humor is a great way to be able to talk about things. Dialogues is another great way, but to have a diversity of characters is important. But you also have to realize that it has to come from a place of authenticity and not just tokenism, that I need to put this in so that we can talk about prejudice. That does not work. It has to come from a place of understanding. I don't know if that helped, Ayushi, because it's a very difficult question.
No, I'm sure. And yes, thank you very much, Rohan. So we have a compliment from Rohan saying that there are very smart students here and that he's nervous for his round. But I don't think you have to worry about that, Rohan.
Rohan's awesome, so.
Yes, that's why we have him here. So, okay. So Bijal, if there are any more questions, I would really request everyone and anyone here to please punch in your questions. And we have a very long kind of, is it a question or is it, ma'am, I'm a vegan and I'm working on a story about the dairy industry, which says not our mother, not our milk. But I want everyone to understand that dairy is really a murder. As cows suffer their entire life in such industries, I would love to know your point of view about the dairy and milk intake by humans so that I can add a few points to my story. Okay, so let's take up this question.
Devyani, I've been vegan and I have worked in the industries, in a space where I've tried to understand the dairy industry. And I do think that you're going to want to revert to change your line of query when it comes to your story. Start with a what if question when you're writing. So it's not about, I want to tell the story. Start by saying, what if, like, for instance, I started Buddha by saying, what if a brown cloud came and hovered on top of Mumbai? What would happen? So I want you to think, step back a little bit to your story. Think about what if, and then get into the stories. There's lots of research out there. I would say speak to PETA India, speak to Humane Society, and they would be able to give you statistics as well as some of the more newer points of conversation on this. But again, my thing is like what we were discussing, start with your story and then everything else will emerge from there. If you have the time, go and read this book, Bad Guys. I think it's book 2 or 3 by Aaron Blabby, which looks at factory farming. And it's a hilarious take on it, but in the sense of the way it talks about the rescue mission that happens, but it also talks about the way animals are kept in captivity in factory farming. So look at it to think of ways you can tell the story that will be engaging as well as important.
Great, thank you, Bijal. I hope, Devyani, that was helpful. And let me now just extend my heartfelt thanks to Bijal for setting up the perfect tone for this for today's sessions. And let's not keep our next speaker waiting. So thank you, Bijal. Thank you from Room to Read. Thanks from Doon University. Thanks, a very heartfelt thanks from everyone here for this wonderful session. And we hope to be in touch with you. We hope that we can have many more such sessions with you in the future. And it was a wonderful session. Thank you so much, Bijal.
Thank you so much for inviting me. Bye, everyone. I mean, I'm still going to love to listen to Rohan, but thank you.
Okay, great. So now, without any further ado, let me just get into introducing our next speaker. Although we have heard his name quite many times during Bijal's session, but I think as the host, it is my responsibility to formally welcome him and formally introduce him. He's notorious for rolling up into a ball like a pangolin to avoid meeting people. He's a cartoonist, he's an illustrator, and he's the creator of Green Humor, a series of cartoons, comics, and illustrations on wildlife and nature conservation. Cartoons from Green Humor appear periodically in newspaper columns, magazines, and journals. Illustrations from Green Humor have been used for several project campaigns on wildlife awareness and conservation. He has authored 5 books and has won awards by UNDP, Sanctuary Asia, WWF International, Royal Bank of Scotland, and Publishing Next Work for his work. Please join me in extending a very, very, very warm welcome to Mr. Rohan Chakrabarti. Rohan, are you there with us?
Thanks a lot,
welcome to this webinar, Rohan. And we really look forward to hearing your views on, as your session says, of snappy wild animals and a detective mongoose. I guess it's going to be another one exhilarating and informative session for us. So please go ahead, Rohan. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Rohini. I'm really honored to be here and to be interacting with all you students, especially after witnessing the kind of questions you throw at speakers. Those were some really delightful and insightful conversations. I'd like to begin with a few disclaimers. I have COVID right now. I'm recovering from COVID. Thankfully, the symptoms are mild. But yeah, I'm really glad that this is a Zoom session and not a physical one. So that I could not have infected you. But yes, I do hope to infect you with a little bit of curiosity and enthusiasm for nature through this session. The second disclaimer is that I'm not really exclusive to, my work is not really exclusive to children. It is meant for audiences of all ages. But yes, a lot of it is accessible to children. And I just request you to keep that in mind during the course of my presentation. I'm going to speak about my work, a bit about my books and how it is relevant to climate change and the Anthropocene in the context of literature that also concerns children. I'm sorry, my screen sharing is disabled. Could anybody help me with that?
Yeah, sure. Surajji, can you do the needful, please?
There, thank you. Okay. So my series is called Green Humor. It's a series of cartoons and illustrations on wildlife conservation, nature conservation, environment conservation, and all things green. It includes sustainability, sustainable lifestyles, a spoof on, and a spin on everything that has to do with anything environmental, including our government. I usually begin presenting my work by asking audiences to play a game with me. There are going to be 3 entities that I will present on screen, and I need you to identify them for me. We are running short of time for an elaborate conversation around this, so I'll just keep giving you the answers as and when they come, instead of actually playing this game. So I'm sure all of you know who these people are. It's a recently released blockbuster, and I don't really need to name any one of these for you guys. The second, even though they're wearing masks, you will be able to identify both of them and what they do. But yeah, this one is something I would like you to answer in the chat. Oh, sorry. Yeah. So a lot of you will say dragonfly. I know, but I need you to give me a more specific answer. What kind of dragonfly is? And this is a very important question. I'll tell you why. It's not a frivolous question. I don't think I can access the chat without. Yeah. Okay, everyone's saying dragonfly. Great. Sorry. Yeah. So this is a dragonfly. Yes, all of you got it right. But more specifically, it is a globe skimmer. A globe skimmer. It's the longest migrating insect on planet Earth, and it comes to India right after monsoons, all the way from Japan and Russia and those northern latitudes. And why I told you this question is important is because our lives revolve directly not around Akshay Kumar or Katrina Kaif, not around Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, but around this particular species of dragonfly, the globe skimmer. I'll tell you why. Because it comes to India right after monsoons, and its main prey is mosquitoes. So this particular creature has a huge role to play in our own health, keeping us healthy directly, rather than people who occupy the front page of the news. And that is my problem with the way information is presented, and that's something I'm trying to change with my work. This is a cartoon about the globe skimmer from my book, Green Humor for a Green Planet. Imagine another scenario where it is Mauritius. In the early 1600s, the first Europeans are yet to arrive. And as you know, Mauritius had an icon, the bird dodo, which has gone extinct. And the Europeans played a part in wiping that species out. So imagine a scenario where good communication around the dodo was existent at that time, and people were drawing posters about the role of the dodo in the environment, what it's doing as a pest exterminator. It's killing grubs that damage crops, and people are aware of the role of the role and the contribution of the dodo to nature. Do you think the dodo would still be around if that was the case? I think so. And I think that's where science communication really plays a part. These are a few creatures that have gone extinct in my own lifetime. I was born in 87. I'm very old, 1987. The one is the golden toad that lived in Costa Rica, went extinct in 89. The gastric brooding frog, it actually went extinct in 1990. The year I've entered is wrong. This was a very special frog. It raised its own young in its stomach. Then there was a Pinta Island tortoise, probably the third or the fourth largest reptile on Earth, and it went extinct in 2012 on a small island in Ecuador. And the bramble K. melomus, a very special case in Australia. This was the first mammal to go extinct because of climate change. And I did not even know the name of this creature until it made the news by going extinct. So who is responsible for this? Who is responsible for this lapse in communication? The fact that I did not know about the bramble K. melomus, that you did not know about the bramble K. melomus or the Pinta Island tortoise. Do we blame scientists? Do we blame the media? Who do we blame? See, scientists I think, have a lot of work to do, a lot of things on their plate, but they do get obsessed with the technical jargon, and it is not something we can expect scientists to break free of. And that's where creative communication comes in. People like writers, people like journalists, people like photographers, filmmakers, animators, and cartoonists like me have a responsibility to take it up upon themselves to communicate these ideas better. I recently had the privilege of presenting some of my cartoons at the recently concluded COP26 in Glasgow, Scotland. And I was a part of a 3-hour-long session where various dignitaries from around the world spoke about various ideas that can be implemented to combat climate change. And quite surprisingly, the word biodiversity in that entire 3-hour session was mentioned only once. So this is where science communication is failing, and this is where creative communication needs to step up in order to bridge that gap. Now, there are 3 ways in which I think cartoons work. Cartoons do this job. They deliver a message of conservation without being preachy. They simplify jargon, and they instill a love, respect, and curiosity for nature in the reader. I'm just going to quickly illustrate these points with a few examples. These are cartoons that have been published in my newspaper columns and in my book, and I'd just like you to read them as and when they appear. So, long story short, if you consider science communication as a pizza, cartoons could be the oregano and the chili flakes that season it. So this is a cartoon about palm oil. We all know the kind of havoc that palm oil is wreaking on rainforests, especially in Southeast Asia where orangutans live. But a lot of you might not be aware of the fact that palm oil has already come in a big way in India, especially in the Northeast and in Kerala. Places like Mizoram and Manipur are already losing large swathes of forests to palm oil. When we speak about environmental issues and wildlife conservation, we often tend to ignore the very nuts and bolts that make the world run. And some of these are frogs. And frogs have a huge crisis at their hands. And that's because they breathe through their skins. Their skins are porous. So frogs are the first kinds of animals to show any indication of the environment going wrong. Here's a cartoon on marine littering. I'll just leave you to read the captions. Not all my work is gloom and doom, because gloom and doom really deters readers, especially young readers, from engaging with your content. A lot of it speaks about wildlife biology, birds, insects, various kinds of animals in interesting ways. The hoopoe is one of my favorite birds. Dung beetles, like I said, the nuts and bolts of the environment. Insects make a lot of an immense and a very overlooked contribution to keeping our world running. This is a cartoon about trolling. Trawling. I always mix up the words. Bottom trawling is a process by which a lot of seafood in India is caught, where nets are dragged through the seabed, which includes coral reefs, which includes all kinds of marine creatures, and only 1/4 of that is actually consumed, and the rest of it is discarded. So you can imagine the kind of impact bottom trawling has on India's coasts and marine life. A lot of my work also has a lot to do with politics, especially the intersection of politics and environmental issues in this country, and how governments tend to overlook certain issues, tend to mismanage a lot of issues when it comes to governing our protected areas, our natural resources. Our primary body that is concerned with these issues is the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change, MOEF for short. And that is something that features regularly in my work. You may remember reading in the news that the draft EIA made a lot of noise last year, especially at a time when we were in lockdown. And this was a policy designed to ease business for industries and for big capitalist organizations in India, and to give them a clean chit in clearing forests, in clearing a lot of natural spaces that were originally protected for doing their business. And this is something that was heavily criticized. People could not go out and protest, so a lot of protests happened online, and a comic that I drew about the issue became a very important visual that accompanied all the information regarding the draft EIA. And I think that's where also somebody had asked Bijal where illustration comes handy in communicating stories about nature. These are not exactly stories about fictional stories about nature. These are actually happening. And this is one example I could give you where my comic came handy in putting the message across. My book also has a chapter on COVID and how it is related to environment conservation. Ironically, I have it right now, but yeah, you can go through some more of that stuff in this book. It's called Green Humor for a Green Planet. It's available on Amazon and in bookstores. It also appears, the series also appears in two Indian newspapers, Sunday Midday and The Hindu. If you want to read more of my work, it's on greenhumor.com, and I have a few other columns and social media profiles on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Another book that I have recently worked on, which Bijal and Aparna edited from Pratham Books and published by Pratham Books, is Making Friends with Snakes. Now, this is something that is meant for children, especially children that live around fields, agricultural fields, and who encounter snakes on an almost daily basis. And this book attempts to bring them closer to understanding snakes and how to eliminate the conflict that people who come in contact with snakes have with them. So this book introduces you to the big four venomous snakes. Who are the big four snakes? The common krait, the Russell's viper, the spectacled cobra, and the saw-scale viper. These are not snakes that are big in size. They're called the big four because they accidentally cause a lot of human deaths by virtue of snake bites. And this book tells you how to identify these snakes, what steps you need to take to avoid being bitten, to avoid having a confrontation of any kind with these snakes. And thanks to Bijal and Pratham Books, this book has been translated to 9 regional languages and has been distributed countrywide. The book Bijal told you about, The Great Indian Nature Trail, is also meant for a very young audience. People your age will find these stories very interesting. They're about an Uncle Biki, who's an ornithologist. He studies birds, and his niece, Chunmun, who's a budding photographer. And these two embark on various adventures in various parts of the country, like the olive ridley turtles nesting in Orissa, the Terai grassland forests of Dudhwa in Uttar Pradesh, going bird watching on a boat in the Sundarbans, and the kind of wildlife they see. And it's full of adventures such as these. I have another book called Bird Business, which I'm obsessed with birds, by the way. I'm a very dedicated bird watcher, and birds are some of my favorite subjects. And I've done a book called Bird Business, which explains bird behavior and how various birds in India interact with their resources and their environment. And this is something, if you are interested in birds, birds like me, you will find this book interesting. It's a BNH publication. It's also available on Amazon and in bookstores. And this is what the sequences in Bird Business looks like. This is a very common bird of prey that's found all around India. It's very common in Dehradun as well. We commonly refer to it as an eagle, but it is not an eagle. The fork that you see in its tail is its primary identification mark. This bird is called the black kite, and it is a scavenger. So it keeps our city clean, of rotting flesh, of decayed matter, but it also steals. It's a very opportunistic bird. And if this is a classic scene from a Mumbai fish market, where you can see black kites thronging the sky wherever there is the fresh catch of the day is unloaded, and the moment they spot something that is being discarded, like a fish head, they just swoop down at it and they steal it away. So this book is full of such sequences. There are 100 such sequences that describe the behaviors of 100 different birds. I've also illustrated for children's books, which I have not written, a set of 4 books, again published by Pratham. They've been authored by my friend Sejal Mehta, and these are their names if you're interested to look them up. These are all books about wildlife. And I'm going to use the rest of my time here to take you quickly through my latest publication, Naturalist Study. This is the story of a detective mongoose who treats everything he observes around him in nature as a crime scene, and he goes about solving it. And in that process, he learns a lot about the animals that he's observing. And in that process, we learn a lot about the animals that Ruddy is observing by becoming partners in solving his various crime scenes. So Naturalist Ruddy is a ruddy mongoose. It's a species of mongoose who's always ready for adventure. Where does Naturalist Ruddy live? He lives bang in the center of India in Madhya Pradesh in a place called Kanha Tiger Reserve. Kanha is very well known for all its majestic megafauna, the larger wild animals like tigers, not elephants. Elephants do not exist in Madhya Pradesh, but there are elephants that work for the forest department there. There are tigers, there are bisons with the gaur, the Indian gaur, the dholes, the wild dogs, and all kinds of herbivores. The hard ground Barasingha is only found in Kanha in this entire world. And Kanha is also known for a lot of birds. One of Kanha's very overlooked and very ignored denizens is the ruddy mongoose, which is the main character in this book. This is what the animal looks like in real life, and this is what its habitat looks like. This is a picture I took in Kanha itself earlier this year. So Ruddy has a few tools of his trade that help him solve these crime scenes. The first is a detective hat, of course. Then he uses binoculars to look at things that are afar. He uses a notepad to note down all his observations. He often uses digital cameras to record an animal carcass or an interesting sighting that he has observed in nature. Sometimes he relies on technology like computers and laptops. And he has a very disturbing habit. He steals camera traps. These are cameras that have been installed by various institutes like the Wildlife Institute of India to study wild animals in their natural habitats. But when Ruddy gets extremely curious to find out what exactly is happening in these camera traps, he just steals them, but he also returns them to their spot. So yeah, Ruddy has some friends who help him solve his cases. Even though the ruddy mongoose is a solitary animal, it doesn't mingle with other kinds of creatures. Ruddy makes an exception because he has a job in his hand, and solving crimes often need collaboration. So his first such friend is his trusted Hatson. All you Sherlock Holmes fans will know that it is a hat tip to the character Watson. A molecular biologist called Dr. Shama, who is a songbird. Shamas are a kind of robin that live in Kanha and in various parts of India. So this bird is a molecular biologist who helps Ruddy solve his crime scenes. And another detective called Herschel Pierrot, a red Pierrot butterfly. Agatha Christie fans may be familiar with the character Hercule Poirot. So this character is a small tribute to that legendary detective. So I'm going to ask you to now join me in solving an actual crime scene with naturalist Ruddy. And I'm going to present you a case from the book. And I'm going to ask you to guess what exactly is happening there. All right. So this is a place called Boar Tiger Reserve in central India. All right. And naturalist Ruddy has found the remains of a sambar. A sambar is a deer. It is the largest deer in India. All right. And he's found a skull, some bones, an antler as well. And this is bang at the mouth of a cave. Okay. So naturally, whoever has killed the sambar is resting in the cave. All right. It is not dark. It is noon, which means that this animal is active during the dark when the sun is not up. And that's why it is resting right now. Okay. But there's a problem here. This is India's largest deer. All right. And the cave is only 2 feet in diameter. So what kind of animal that is so tiny could kill a sambar, which is 6 feet tall? Now I'm going to quickly ask you to make a few guesses until I read you this chapter. And I'll just observe the chat window for a while to see what you guys come up with. We have five minutes. All right. So let's roll. Anybody? Any guesses? Who could have killed the sambar? Snake. Jigisha, good guess, but the snake would digest it entirely and not leave the bones out. And only a python is capable of doing this. But even for a python, a sambar is too big an animal to digest. A badger. Good guess. But again, badgers do not go typically for that big a prey. A pack of wolves, yes, they could definitely have killed a sambar, but they could not be in that cave because it is just 2 feet in diameter and wolves are larger. Elephant, no. What grouse could an elephant have with a deer? A tiger could definitely have killed it, but a tiger cannot be 2 feet in size. So I have to rule that out. Anybody else? The owl sitting on the branch. Okay, no. Wild dog, yes, wild dogs are very capable of killing such a big animal because they hunt in packs, but they don't rest in caves and they are not that small in size. A bear, Akanksha says, bears also do not normally kill such big animals. In this kind of landscape, you're likely to find the sloth bear, which goes after honey and insects. Wolf, no. Dhole, no. I've already answered those questions. Okay, great guesses, everybody. Now I'll read you this chapter. Sorry, I'm just gonna have to close the chat window. Yeah. Okay. What happens next? Reddy takes cover behind a boulder and keeps his eyes glued to the cave's entrance. The culprit is certainly a crepuscular creature to have disappeared in the cover of the cave's darkness during the day. Crepuscular animal means it is not active during when it is daylight. It is active during the dusk and the early hours of the dawn. At dusk, a snout emerges. Ruddy can barely contain his curiosity. The deer hunter is seconds away from disclosing its identity. Holy snakes! Now Ruddy has a habit of cussing and using certain interjections of his own. So holy snakes, an Indian crested porcupine. Ruddy was right to guess that the cave's occupant was a crepuscular animal, but completely wrong to assume it had killed the stag. The herbivorous porcupine has a habit of picking bones and antlers from carcasses to later gnaw on them and supplement its diet with calcium. Some of you are vegans here, so you will also need to do this to supplement your diet with calcium. Care for some crunchy antlers offers the porcupine, being a carnivore and not really requiring calcium supplements. Ruddy declines the generous offer politely, but not before mumbling some choice words at the prickly rodent for ruining his noon nap. There are 37 such cases in this book, Natural Study, that take you through various kinds of mysteries in nature and help you become better observers of what you see in nature and to equip you to get to the bottom of each of these crime scenes, so to say. So thanks everyone for listening to me, and I'd be very happy to take any questions that you have after the session.
Wow, thank you, Rohan. It was very visual and humorous as well, I would say, because and your illustrations are just perfect, in a way to go ahead with children, because not everything can be monotonous, and as you said, not everything can be preachy, and you also told us and made us understand how important it is, how illustrations can be such important and impactful tools to bring out issues that are so important to the crux of the matter when we're talking about climate change. Like you illustrated about trawling, you illustrated about throwing waste into the sea or rivers, or all these water bodies. So it was definitely a treat to watch your presentation. The Ruddy Mongoose, of course, is he's going to be one hell of a detective, I'm sure. And definitely he's going to give us a lot of information about, the fauna around. So thanks once again. And
Thank you.
With that, I open the forum again for our attendees, their questions for Rohan. I'm sure we must have a lot of questions because, just like Rohan has said, it's very important how you portray things, how you illustrate things, how you put it in front of children, especially in the form of pictures and cartoons. So yeah, questions, please. And I guess Rohan already answered a question which was put forth to Bijal, saying how important are illustrations when we want to portray children's literature. So I guess that has already been answered, that has already been taken care of. But I would request the audiences here to shoot with their questions. And let's shoot Rohan with a lot of questions, because he was kind of a little bit nervous. So let us just kind of shoot an array of a volley of questions at him. Sure. The sympathetic factor. We'll keep that in mind. Rohan. Sure. Okay, so questions, please. Anybody has any questions? I think they're all trying to like kind of, they're all, I think we're all are kind of, it's a flashback of all those wonderful illustrations that you just showed us, so everybody is kind of in a flashback right now, trying to rerun.
If I
Everybody
may,
understood about what I had to say.
if I may,
Sorry. Yes, ma'am.
Rohan,
Yes, ma'am.
I think not only was this talk something that with your kind of infectious energy, we also felt extremely animated throughout. I think more importantly, I must say that this pretense of being nervous was actually a nudge for us to ask you more questions.
Oh, no.
So I would take that
Sure.
and and tell the students that the facade is down, and so you can feel free to ask the questions now.
Thank you. I'm sure they think that if they interact with me, they'll catch COVID or something.
Nah,
It does not
I don't
spread
think so.
through
That's what
Zoom. Don't worry.
Okay.
Okay, I guess.
Let's just wait for a couple of more minutes. Let's
Sure.
give them time to grasp
Sure,
it in and put their thoughts together. Okay. Okay, so let me start with a question. It has been ringing in my mind for a long time. I don't know whether yeah, okay. So so Bijal, let's answer Bijal's questions first. She says it obviously it was fabulous, and how did it start and how did it become bird business?
Bird watching started when I again was a volunteer with Kids for Tigers. Bijal and I go back a long way, and a lot of our dots connect. So she also worked with Kids for Tigers. I was a volunteer for that organization much earlier in my life, and that's when I went for my first bird walk as a volunteer as part of my training program. And the volunteership needed me to learn about birds before I could take kids out for bird walks. And I still remember the first bird I saw was the laughing dove. And I find it quite metaphorical that I make a living making people, or at least trying to make people laugh by presenting wildlife stories to them in cartoons. So that's how my journey with bird watching began and culminated into my work. Bird business took 4 years in the making, and it has everything I've learned about birds in the last 15 years of observing them. So yeah, it was quite a lengthy effort.
Okay, great. Thank you, Bijal, for the question, and thanks for setting the wheel in motion for us. Okay, so I just had it's rather a wonderment actually. It's when we illustrate for children, is it important that everything be to scale? You know what I mean? Is that and like when we read stories out to children, we try to enunciate, we try to pronounce words correctly, and we try to stress on words that need to be stressed on, and with a lot of emotions and all. I can see like you have that background with Radi in your background, and one of he's like this, and one of his eyes is big, one of his eyes like really in a detective. So how important is it to like kind of illustrate and how difficult actually it would be to illustrate, showing portraying all those emotions, if we are kind of putting forth a book of pictures for the children, so because it's very important to convey the emotions. So yeah,
it's not just about drawing for children, but drawing characters in general needs you to be a good actor in the first place. And it all begins by observing your own self in front of the mirror. When I was learning to draw expressions, my mother would look at me and think I've lost it, and be very worried about my mental health. But that's a part of the process. That's how you learn. And I think the more of yourself you put in your characters, the better they emote. And that's a rule I follow. About your question of scaling, I don't think it's really necessary, because books for children can also be fantastical. Books for children can also inspire them to imagine. So a recent release that I have read is by Rajiv Vait and CG Salamander, called Maithili and the Minotaur, and it has sparrows that are bigger than people. And see that's all a part of the story, that's all a part of the fantasy, and it is up to the reader to make his or her own interpretation. And I think that's the beauty of being an illustrator. You can open up an entire world to multiple interpretations, depending on how, or how well the reader is predisposed to seeing through what you have come up with.
Okay, great. Thank you, Rohan. So we have a couple of more questions for you. Sindhu says, do you feel illustrations are limiting or boosting to imagination, as they do give us an image, but also room to think more and look out for more images? What are your thoughts about it?
I do get the motive behind this question. I think you're probably a word person and not a visual person. I tend to be more of a visual person. I think both have their own role in telling a story. Yes, words, when presented only as words, do not limit your imagination. But when illustrations accompany words, they also facilitate your imagination. They take you a step further, I think, in being able to visualize what the words tell you. And I am a person who cannot think first in words. I am somebody who thinks first in visuals. So, there are various kinds of approaches to telling a story. I always begin with pictures, and pictures are very important to me, even when I'm reading textbooks. And I find textbooks quite dreary if they are not accompanied by good design or good visuals. So yeah, I think both have a very important role to play. Of course, illustrations do tend to limit when they are not done very well, when they are constrained in a particular mindset, in a particular approach. But I think even as illustrators, we need to keep updating our knowledge, our view of the world, and also our approach towards having our art in a free flowing motion in whatever we draw. And I think that can make it the experience of engaging with illustration better.
Okay, great. Thanks, Rohan. So we have a question from Shubhangi, and she says, I would like to know if, being a literature student, can we get into illustrations, and how did you get into this, like illustrating your stories, into creating comic books and cartoons and everything?
So Shubhangi, if you are a literature student, I think you are at a much better place to be an illustrator than I was, because I was a student of dentistry. I studied to be a dentist, and then I gave it up, and then I became a cartoonist. So it's been a very long journey, and I think a literature student already has that figment of being able to imagine and come up with stories well. And so learning to illustrate is not really rocket science. Anybody can do it, and anybody can do it in his or her own style. There are various workshops that are being conducted online these days by some very talented people. And I'm sure if you could enroll into one of those, you'll figure out the science and the principles behind illustrating a book. And yeah, I think a literature student is very well positioned to be an illustrator.
Okay, great. So Shubhangi, please go ahead if you want to do that. Okay. So Aditi has a question, Rohan. She says, what is your process while illustrating such stories, and how is working on your story and working different from illustrating for other stories which you did not conceive yourself?
Well, I think illustrating something that I have written needs a lot of research and needs a lot of homework. So I have to read a lot of very dreary stuff like science papers. I hate scientific papers. They are not illustrated, by the way. They do not have pictures. They have nothing. They only have graphs and statistics. So it becomes my job to tell whatever story is there in a science paper in the form of an actually engaging story. So a lot of the cases that I've shown you even from Ruddy are actually science papers, are discoveries by scientists that nobody knows about, because they're restricted to science papers. And it is it becomes my endeavor to bring these stories out in a way that will engage people like me and people like you who don't really are associated with science. So that's one. When I work for other authors as an illustrator, that also needs a lot of research, that also needs a lot of homework. But I think you need to cater, and you need to facilitate a vision that the author already has, and maybe also bring your own. But this is something that you need to take hand in hand together through the course of the story along with the author. It's not an individual effort. So that's where The main difference is it's a lot more collaborative. It's like teamwork. Whereas coming up with a story by your own self is more of an insight into your own mind.
Okay. So the next question, Rohan, is from Khush, and he says, when you draw for children's comics, do you use any different style of making cartoons? For example, he says trying to make it more comical than natural to engage the young kids.
I don't think. I think kids are very smart readers. I don't believe in dumbing information down for children, and that is a complaint I have had with children's literature a lot in this country. That a lot of the information is overtly simplified, even in illustration. They assume that a child is not going to understand a particular thing, and so it is either restricted or it is presented in an overtly simplified fashion, and that's something I am against. Yes, I do use certain styles that appeal to children or younger readers more. For example, the vividity of color it's more rich. There could be younger characters in my stories. There could be a lot of an entirely different color palette that I use for illustrating for kids. But I think the principles of illustrating a story, whether it is for adults or whether it is for kids, are more or less the same, at least in my work.
Okay, great. So Kriti has a curiosity. She's curious to know what initially inspired you to create nature-related content for children.
Kriti, it's my low IQ. I am not somebody who can retain things very well, and I need to draw things to be able to grasp them. And then I figured out, okay, this is actually turning into a story, so why not tell it to other people? And that's how the whole thing began.
Okay, great. So we have some more questions for you, Rohan. So Bharat says while creating, he says hi, and he says while creating the cartoons, how do you decide these many images or drawings need to be there on a frame so that children do not get distracted from the actual learning?
Oh, it actually just depends on the story you're telling. There is no such restriction about limiting yourself to a certain number of frames or certain number of pages. It really depends on the content. And of course, as an illustrator, it's like solving a puzzle. It's like solving a problem. Illustration is a visual method of solving a problem. So if the text is a problem for you to communicate, you figure out a way through illustration to make it interesting. And then there's also a process of design that is involved in presenting that story. It's not just writing an illustration. Design also plays a very important role in governing how much information you pack into a certain space, how much information you pack along with an illustration on a particular page. So all of that is something that is governing this entire process of bringing out a story to an audience.
Yeah, okay, right. So Rohan, Akanksha wants to know, and that do you think that through illustrations, we can indulge with children more effectively into reading?
Absolutely, Akanksha. Illustrations are what got me into reading in the first place. So I'm for illustration.
Sure, and we all are on board with you on that, Rohan. That definitely, as we can see, your presentation was mostly illustrations, and we were all glued to the screen, thinking of what's next, what's coming up next, what do we get to see next. So yes, definitely, illustrations do play a very, very important role when it comes to reading books. So Sindhu has another question, and she says book covers also play a part in the storytelling and forming a world. Do you think they should be as engaging as illustrations in the books and its content?
Yeah, I think book covers have their own approach to to be illustrated, and a lot of people tend to pack in a lot of detail in covers. I am not a big fan of clutter in a book cover. I think I'm a big fan of minimalism in art, and the more economically I think an illustrator can present the idea of a book to a reader in the form of a single illustration, I think the more effective it is. So that is my approach. But yes, covers do play a very important role in conveying the idea of a book to a reader, and especially in a market today that is driven by social media statistics about how engaging the entire content around your book is. I think a single cover image has a lot more to do than the actual content of the book in a lot of cases. It is unfortunate, but it is the truth of today's times. So yeah, and also, there are various articles that I'd recommend you to read, especially in the New York Times, about how the art of making covers for books has been changing with the advent of social media and with marketing for books going into the digital space.
Yes, absolutely, Rohan. And I don't know why they say, but there's a saying which says, "Don't judge a book by its cover." Yes. So definitely, the cover of a book speaks a lot about what's inside. So Gargi has another question. She thinks, do you think that illustrations or visual images in that sense have a positive impact on memory retention, not just in terms of understanding the story, but also in terms of actually remembering the content shared?
Gauri, I speak to you about my cartoons because that's something I've been experiencing in 10, 11 years of cartooning. I think that it is not just facilitating better retention of information, but also compelling readers to respond to that information. And I think that is where visuals score over text. Text you may or may not remember after this session, but if you've seen something in a visual, you will not just retain it, you'll also be compelled to respond to it, especially if it's something that tugs an emotion like humor. It could be sorrow, it could be laughter, but if it tugs at an emotion, you will be compelled to respond to it, and that will make you retain it longer. That will make you connect with it, empathize with it, and I think that's where the visual medium is so much more powerful.
Yes, absolutely. That is why we cannot get the kids off the television these days. So they are glued to the television screens, watching Chota Bheem and all such cartoons. Yes. So Aditi Gaur has another question. She says illustrations and comic strips for adults are of more ironical and satirical in nature in general. So what are your views on this best characters?
Again, as illustrators, creators, storytellers, we are going after emotions of our audiences. Adults have a different set of emotions that we target. Youngsters have a different set of emotions that we target. So yes, you're bound to see in the work of a cartoonist, you're bound to see more satire, more a little bit of bitterness, if I were to use that word, in the context of adults, because quite often in my work, I'm trying to get them to act to a certain piece of information, and it doesn't usually result unless you've delivered a nice slap on their cheeks without actually touching them. So that's quite often the role that cartoons play. If you read R.K. Lakshman's work, that's something he managed to do every day of his life, and that's a huge feat. He would slap all of India across its face without actually using his hands, and that's the power that cartoons have.
Yes, absolutely. I'm in love with R.K. Lakshman. Yes, absolutely. He's great. Okay, so Sugandha has a question for you. She says, can illustrations display more than the text, or does it go hand in hand with the text, like 50-50? What is it? How does it?
See, Sugandha, by definition, illustration is something that is designed to help a reader visualize whatever is in the text better. But I think the more experimental an illustrator gets, the more playful the story also becomes. So there's no set rule as such. You are, as an illustrator, if your publishers agree and your editors agree, of course, you can bring in your own identity to the story by virtue of illustrating it. So there's no hard rule as such. I know the work of a cartoonist called Craig Thompson. He wrote and drew a graphic novel called Blankets. I'd urge you to look it up. It's on Amazon. And in Blankets, he broke a very important rule of storytelling that all his predecessors had been following. And that rule was that whatever text he wrote was completely unrelated to the visuals he drew. And yet he told his story so effectively that the book has won several awards. And that is quite an example in proving that illustrations can also go their own way in helping a storyteller tell that story.
Absolutely. There is also an extension to her question, to Sugandha's question. She says, also, could we have interactive illustrations where the reader can customize the character expressions basis how they infer the story?
Oh, absolutely. I think a lot of that kind of work is being done. For example, Google Doodles are so interactive these days. Every day you open the search engine, there's a new doodle. And a lot of times you can either play games, you can choose the scenario in which the rest of the story proceeds. So of course, a lot of upcoming illustrations will be interactive. I myself am trying to convert a lot of my illustration projects into interactive web pages, which will give you a lot more information about that particular visual. So yeah.
Great. We look forward to that, Rohan. And we have a question from Anjali. The questions are pouring in. Great. So given the social media influence today, how, according to you, can one stay original in their illustrations and work?
That's a fabulous question, Anjali, and this is something I keep bringing up in all my talks. I think the mistake that artists do on social media is to let their social media statistics govern the kind of art that they come up with. If their audience likes a particular kind of work, they stick to that kind of work, and that's where you limit yourself, you restrict yourself. So one has to remember that art should outlast the medium and not the other way around. The medium should not govern the art. Art should be governing the medium. And that's something I try to follow and stick to as much as I can. I place precedence and importance on the content of my art rather than worry about if my readers will enjoy reading it. So maybe that is a step towards ensuring that your art is relevant and interesting despite social media rules and regulations.
Yeah, truly said. So Shrinkla Negi wonders, do you feel connected at all, connected to older comic artists like Steve Ditko or Jack Kirby, or does that seem like a foreign world to you in terms of illustrations?
No, absolutely not. Most of the cartoonists I grew up reading were from the US, the UK, some other countries. I mentioned R.K. Lakshman. I devoured his work. My favorite animators. My work is heavily influenced by animation. I was an animator in the early stage of my career, and animators from the US who work with Cartoon Network have heavily influenced my work. So I don't think it is a question of whether or not they feel like a foreign world or a world that is not associated with yours. There's always, if you're willing to go that length, you can derive influence and inspiration from their work and adapt it to a context that is relevant to you, to a background that is relevant to you, to stories that are relevant to you.
Okay. So I think Anjali wants to know, what is your take on be more with less?
Anjali, I spoke about minimalism in art. So that was something I was trying to emphasize, that the more economical an artist is with the elements he's using, the color he's using, the visuals he's using, the better a story is told, or the better an idea is conveyed. So yes, I am a big fan of using as few words or as few pictures as possible in conveying a story. Quite often language also becomes a barrier in conveying a story to an audience that does not understand a particular language. So that's where illustrators like me also face a challenge to keep stories wordless. People spoke about wordless books and how they go a much longer way than text towards conveying an idea. So yes, you're right, be more with less.
So Animesh wants to know who or what has been a major influence on your illustrating style.
Animesh, have you heard of the TV show called Dexter's Laboratory? That has been my biggest source of inspiration. It is, I think, the most legendary cartoon show ever created, and I was obsessed with the show. In fact, the book I showed you, Bird Business, was in a way my tribute to the drawing style of Gendy Tartakovsky, who created Dexter and the world around him. My latest release, Natural Study, is also influenced by a cartoon series called Slylock Fox. I don't know how many of you kids know about it, but it's about a detective fox who goes around solving various mysteries, and these are actual mysteries. They are not natural observations. So I adapted that premise into wildlife and nature, and told these stories through a detective mongoose. So Slylock Fox has been one of my favorite cartoon series in the newspapers.
Okay. Rohan Khush wants to know, why making cartoons, do you the Indian culture in the appearance of the characters?
Yes, in some of my work, especially in my comic strips that deal with issues like indigenous cultures and indigenous knowledge that can be used in conservation. When I speak about government matters and tribal interests conflicting with each other. But yeah, I think I'm yet to explore a more human side of telling my stories, as Bijal has already done.
Okay, great. Also, Anshul wants to know that she noticed that a lot of your illustrations included corresponding text. So is there a difference of impact and understanding among the audience for the text inclusive illustrations and otherwise?
I love these questions. I love how analytical the audience is today. Big round of applause for that. Achal, yes, that's a trick question for me, because there are scenarios where I rely on text, and there are scenarios where I would actively eliminate text to tell a story. So I think there are different kinds of audiences for both. A lot of the work I've showed you today, especially in the earlier half of my presentations, is for newspapers, and newspaper readers tend to engage a lot more with text rather than just visuals. They are looking for news, right? So that is a way to engage a certain readership, especially in the print. If it is created for a digital campaign, for something that is only going to be published on a website or on social media, then it tends to have fewer words. So there are various factors that govern an audience response to your work, and then in turn govern the approach that you will take in order to create that art.
Okay, so that is basically the last question that I can see on my screen.
This was the heaviest round of Q&A I've ever experienced after one of my talks. So thank you everyone for...
Great. Okay, so let's just wait for a couple of more seconds. If anyone has
sure.
Any more questions, we can incorporate them. But looking at the volume of questions, looking at the variety of questions that have been put up, I think, Rohan, everybody enjoyed your session a lot. They really have, you've left them with a lot of food for thought, and with the curiosity and to know more about the importance of the need and importance of illustrations, especially for children, with respect to all these environmental issues, all these issues that plague our flora and fauna in the current times. Okay, so, and yes, Anjali wants to thank you for putting up with the curiosity.
Oh, please, Anjali, it was completely my pleasure. And I got to learn a lot of things about how my work is perceived through these questions. So thank you for the interaction. I really value this.
Great. So, I guess now that we don't have any more questions, and if anybody has any more questions, wants to put up any more questions, we definitely can take them up and convey them to Rohan later on, and then he can definitely answer them. So thank you once again, Rohan, for that wonderful session. It was a picturesque, actually, session. It was beautiful to watch all your illustrations, to hear you, and bringing up all those issues that have been, that are ignored, actually, and children don't even come to know about it, but they should. So thank you so much once again from all of us.
Thanks a lot, Ronnie. It's been an honor. And I'd just like to thank Nimi for making my participation possible.
Absolutely. So thank you once again, and we hope that we can continue our association with you in the future as well. So thank you once again, Rohan, for being a part of this webinar. Thank you. So I hope everyone here is enjoying the session that we have planned for today. Bijal's session was definitely a perfect setting for today's sessions. Rohan's sessions added on to the magic, added on to the charisma, added on to the vigor that we wanted today's sessions to have. Now moving forward, we have another eminent person with us, another speaker with us. And without any further ado, I think, just let me ask, Richaji, do we want to stop in for a break for 5 minutes, or should we continue?
I think we could move on with the flow. I'm sure we've built up a good appetite, and we shouldn't lose ground at this point.
Absolutely. Okay, great. So our next speaker is an assistant professor in the Department of English and Modern European Languages at the University of Lucknow. Previously, he worked as an assistant professor in the Department of English, Central University of Jammu. He has published several papers on children's literature in India. His areas of specialization include modern, postmodern literature, Indian writing in English, literature of the diaspora, and literary theory and criticism. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Raj Gaurav Verma to this webinar. Dr. Verma, you're most welcome.
Thank you, Rohini. Thank you, Richa.
Okay.
I'm just trying to connect my screen.
Yes. So we can go ahead and start with your session, sir. Thank you.
Yes. Hello, Rohini. I am trying to connect, share my screen. I have joined with other with my laptop, so I'm unable to join it.
Okay. Suraji, can you look into it, please?
मैंने को बना दिया उनको शेयर कर सकते हैं.
I think you can do it now, Dr.
Okay.
Verma. Yeah. Thank you.
I have joined it from my laptop actually. So like there will be two Raj Gaurav Verma showing.
Okay. The one that says co-host in front of your name, that is the one that you have to actually. There's this one saying co-host in front of your name. Dr. Raj Gaurav Verma, co-host.
Please try again.
Both of them are there. You can
Okay.
use access using any of them.
Okay, got it. I have got the access.
Okay, great.
So hello everybody. The topic that I have chosen, because what I was asked was to present children's literature through the angle of ecology, nature, and the session was like termed as children's literature in the age of Anthropocene. So I have chosen to talk about the art of living on a dying planet, exploring the nature-human bond in Indian children's literature. So like when we talk about Anthropocene is, well, it's nothing new except for the fact that we do talk about the environmentalist movement that had started in 80s and in 90s. And now like the researchers, theorists, and the people who are working in the environmental studies, they have altogether called this age, the present age that we are living in, as Anthropocene. So remember that in your school days, even now, the students, they are made familiar with the ecological crisis, that how the pollution is affecting the cycles, the earth cycles, they are being disturbed. So obviously there were, and then obviously there were writers who have talked about the sort of distorted vision of the future, and that distorted vision was seen as dystopic in the sense something that resulted in an adverse leaving an adverse impact on the society, on the political life, on the social life, on the ecological life, depending on the present status of affair. And likewise, we also had the utopic vision of the future. So in utopic vision, we believe that the society will progress into its better form. So we came across two distinct traditions of anticipating the future. One was the dystopian and the other one was the utopian. And these like representations, they were like evident in the oral as well as the textual, as well as now when we talk about a digital, when we talk about mobiles and internet and screens, then obviously they are like evident in our lives too. So dystopias and utopias, they are like ideas and narratives. Okay, so they are like from, remember the fairy tales when everything went into chaos, and then there the protagonist has to use magic to resolve and resort everything to the previous condition. So the idea of nature being destroyed and the world being affected by it, it was like very much present. Now when we talk about children encounter these utopic and dystopic realities through what? Through whatever narratives they come across. So even in I mean, the session which has just went on, and I was just listening to it. So even when you look at the cartoons, the first and foremost thing that comes in cartoons, whether it be Powerpuff Girls or Dexter's Lab or Phineas and Ferb, the first thing is that we come across is that there will be a group of children, and then there will be some sort of mischievous or monstrous or villainous kind of character who would like to try to destabilize the status quo, in the sense that they will try to create some sort of nasty mischief, so that it just unsettles the children, and the children, they take on their journey to solve the problem, whatever kind of problem it is. So obviously the children, they encounter these utopic and dystopic vision in these representations. So, how do we understand this this period, this age called Anthropocene? This age, Anthropocene means the age of humans. Okay, so there are like many books. The most easiest access that you can get, or that you can understand Anthropocene is through this Earl C. Ellis Anthropocene, a very short introduction. It is like a small book, and which is like easy to read and understand, like all of the Oxford very short introduction. Then there are like other books which deal with the nuanced study in Anthropocene, and how the people's life are being affected, how the habitats are being affected. So there is Jeddah Podi's After Nature, Anthropocene poetics. Then there is the whole debate that goes on, and the debate is about the kind of the market economy which is like prevalent throughout the world. That the markets, they are like the capitalist economies, they are like governing the world, and therefore the concern for the nature is multiplied, and it's like augmented to a great extent. So there is obviously the debate that what should we call this age, Anthropocene or Capitalocene? And then there is like, obviously we do relate that what kind of life children are now supposed to have in this age. And then obviously there are like future Earth, advancing civic understanding of the Anthropocene, how the common people, they need to understand that what this Anthropocene is like. Okay, so now when we look at this point. So earlier, at least in my childhood, we used to study that we have to save trees, we have to plant trees, that we have to save water, we have to keep our environment pollution free. And obviously there was a kind of a discourse that we have to save the earth. Now all of a sudden the discourse has changed in the sense that if you you must have come across the news about Delhi being polluted, about Mumbai being polluted. Just like it was just like in 2009, 2019, 21, and especially 2020, we had the news of global warming, especially in cold countries, in European countries. France was like boiling hot, so that the people, they had to go to the beaches. And in America, they were like the athletes, they were racing, and one of them soon and died because of the heat, because they were completely they were not prepared for it, that it can get heated up to such an extent. So the theorists and the scientists, they now believe that perhaps we have reached a point of no return. That earlier we used to think that perhaps we can avoid this to happen, but now in today's time we have reached a point where we cannot go back. The cycle cannot be revoked, it cannot be resorted, it cannot go back to the previous stage. This is the age of Anthropocene. So, and why Anthropocene? Why humans? Why? Because when you read the books on Anthropocene, we come to understand that the entire planet is now being governed by the human activities. And so human activities, they have affected earth cycle, the water cycle, nitrogen cycle, the air oxygen cycle, air cycle, monsoons, rains, and everything. So there isn't any cycle which is left unaltered by the human activities. When we talk about it's like so they're like the theorists who are working in the field, they talk about that this is not the first time that it is happening. Obviously it is not for the first time that it is happening. So they have like tried to mark out the phases that from where all this had started. So Anthropocene, they mark the point called as Orbis strike, and they call there are like activities which have been called as great acceleration. And so they have termed 3 points where acceleration or in human activities had started. So, and they have called first, second, third, and the current right now the age that we are set in, this is like the 4th age of acceleration, because the first thing that when humans they got into control of nature, that was like with the coming of the agriculture and with the domestication of animals. So these 2 points, they mark like the beginning of the great acceleration, when they have started clearing the forest, preparing for the agricultural lands, and they have started domesticating the animals. So later on, with the coming of then 15 in the 15th century, when like the sea routes were discovered to various places, then once again it marked a sort of acceleration, in the sense that all the flora and fauna, it was like taken from one place to another. So the crops which have originated and were a staple of the one land, they moved on to another. So that resulted, and what they call this as a Columbian exchange, as Columbus found he named America, and then obviously the interaction that started between the old world and the new world. So this is like what the concern is now, that what the children have to face as the future generation, as the future guardians, as the future citizens. So and that is like what they are being left with. So they are being left with a damaged planet, and the prospect of living on the damaged planet is something that governs their life. Now it's, and therefore you must have seen these I mean the developments that have taken place in the recent just in like past 2 years, and then the entire movement, it got into activity with the Greta Thunberg, who started advocating for the climate change, and that why the political parties, the political authorities, they are not taking sufficient steps so as to avert it. Okay, why? Because children right now, they are the generations who are young right now, they are not in the position of powers to affect those changes. So they were like and television, they were like filled with discourses when Delhi was being polluted on the day of Diwali, and then there were like all kinds of argument, and one of the argument was that children themselves did not prefer playing with crackers so as to avoid the pollution in the environment. Okay, so and this was like 2019 that I have taken this news from this newspaper. It is from the New York. It will be too late for my generation. Me, the young people organizing a massive climate change protest. And this, the another one that you are seeing on the screen, youth activists protest against climate inaction at COP26. This is just recently that it has happened in 2021. It is just a month back or so when this COP26 was being planned, and the youths, they have gathered and they have advocated and they have protested against it. So how do we look at this entire setup? That so this is Bill McKibben. He writes in the End of Nature that nature in a traditional sense as a biodiverse world independent of human beings does not exist. Okay, so traditional sense in the sense that when we are talking about the pagan existence, when humans were like in their primitive forms, when we have not evolved as Homo sapiens in the erect form where we had the entire cognitive capabilities. At that point of time, the humans, they were as much part of the nature. But then once again, at that time, they couldn't control, they couldn't hide, and they have to depend completely on it. But then things have changed entirely. And because no life forms or natural phenomena are now uninfluenced by people, and now it's like remember that what had happened and during the time of the pandemic when corona started. So we did find like there were all kinds of news that nature is like happy, it is free, and the rivers are clean and everything. Now the birds are seen in the sky. But at the same time, there were also like news which were about the monkeys who were like who found themselves abandoned, as there were no people and there was no food that was available to them. So obviously humans with their activities, they have been able to control the entire planet in such a way that they are as dependent on nature as nature is dependent on them. So it's like now the humans, they have got into a sort of relationship with where we cannot separate the two entities, the human world and the natural world. And so everything that happens is the awesome power of Mother Nature as it has been altered by the awesome power of man. So that is like how we have got into an intricate and a very intimate kind of relationship with nature, where obviously we are influenced by the power of nature, as we are influenced, as nature is influenced by the power of man. Okay, so I move on to this article. This is by R. White, Young Children's Relationship with Nature, its importance to children's development and the Earth's future. So in this article, I have just taken on the main points, and he talks about that why this gap between children and nature has occurred. Obviously, like in India, our case is different. We have like two kinds of lives simultaneously, and there can be like many. So for instance, in rural areas, there is a different kind of interaction that the children and the adult world and the humans will have with nature. And in the urban areas, there will be like another kind of existence that we'll be able to notice. So in urban areas, we will be like more finicky and sophisticated, and we'll be more concerned about hygiene and everything. In rural areas, everything is like part of life. So obviously children, they are like being governed by all these factors, and therefore what White he refers to is that he talks about that there is a culture of fear which has now entered into our society, and it's like common for the rural and the urban areas. That culture of fear is because of the safety of children, that our children safe outside their homes and outside their schools. Not only that, when you go through the news articles and everything, then you find that the things, they have gone even far worse, in the sense that the children, I mean, even that is questionable, that how far they are safe in their homes and their schools. Okay, leave apart they're going outside. Then obviously along with this, we have the stranger danger, and that is what indicates about the kinds of crimes that have started happening against children. So perhaps 20-30 years back, we were not aware about those crimes, or the crimes were limited or lesser in number, or perhaps because the population was also less. But now this is become like it's like a common, and it's like everyday thing that is going on. Okay, that there is that stranger danger. Now stranger danger, once again, it's like something that has been told to us since our childhood. Okay, you remember the story Little Riding Hood, that she is told about her mother that you go straight away to your grandma's house, you should not talk to anyone. Okay, similarly, you must have seen about the fairy tale of Snow White. She is when she is with the dwarfs tell that no need to open the door, and she opens the door and her stepmother enters and poisons her. Okay, so there were like other kinds of there were like warnings which were inscribed within those stories, but the kinds of crimes that took place, they were like different. Okay, at the same time, we also had kidnappings in those stories. So what has happened, that from the fairy tale kind of thing, all those crimes, we find that somehow they are like rampant in our society. So and then obviously what has happened because of this, that children, they have been imprisoned in surveillance of the teachers, parents, adults. And so it's like a childhood of imprisonment which they have to come across in homes and play schools. And then another important factor is biophobia, that now we are also scared of what the nature has. So it's like the nature, it doesn't seem so cozy and convenient, comfortable and warm as it had always been. Okay, so the result of this is the extinction of experience, in the sense that we have lost touch with nature, and because of which our experience it is like I do not know you, if you remember that how many times you see the rising sun and the setting sun, how many times you have noticed the moon these days, the stars, the birds. So it's like we are always caught in that screen. So whatever we are looking at, we are looking at the images of the birds, at the images of the setting sun, rising sun. So we have now moved on from from the real nature to the virtual nature. So once again, it's the extension of being with nature, being in nature, that is now missing from our lives. So our White suggests that how can this be resolved, or how can this be addressed, this gap that has occurred between the children and between nature. So he said that this can be done by making children discover their psychological self, so that they can discover that how they are connected, how their psychology is connected with nature. And obviously what we come across is the nature deficit disorder. So children, they now suffer from nature deficit disorder, which is not a medical condition, but the impact of alienation of humans from nature, because the adult world has got alienated. And therefore we find that the children, even they are like subjected to their discourse, to their judgments. So we come across the entire idea that how children look at nature, that whether they are scared of it, whether they are able to accept it, whether they are become to part of it, whether they feel alienated from it, that depends on the kind of the nature, that depends on the kind of the perspective that the society has for nature. So how nature is perceived by children, it depends largely on the role and attitude of the society. So that how the society, how the adults are looking at nature, the images of nature that children encounter impact their relationship with nature. Okay, now nature, what is nature? The earth, the sky, the elementals. Okay, so the elementals: earth, fire, this water, air, sky. And when we read, we try to read the post-human condition, or when we try to seek the Anthropocene perspective or the idea, then what happens that we get into the philosophical aspect of the understanding. Why? Because whatever understanding we have about ourselves, about nature, about the world, about our relationship with all the beings and objects in the world, it's like through philosophy that we have evolved and we have developed. So when you look at this entire setup, that how social sciences, how pure sciences, biology, zoology, even chemistry, physics, how they are built upon. They are like built upon the idea of classification and hierarchy. So when you look, when you talk about the classes in biology, first of all, you talk about the amorphous kinds of animals like amoeba, who are like shapeless. Then we move on to the other lower forms, for instance, the arachnids, the spiders, and then the insects, then the reptilia, then the amphibians, and then we have the mammals. And so likewise, that is how the pyramid goes above. And the trees, they are like left at the bottom left. They are like another kingdom as such in biology. So there is plant kingdom and animal kingdom. So obviously this is like based on hierarchy and classification. In that hierarchy, trees and plants, they are placed at the lowest, and then the lower forms and animals, and then humans are at the top. So in this pyramidal structure, we find that it's the human that govern the humans that who govern the center. Okay, so I move on to the narratives. So, as the discussion is going on, so we do talk about our engagement. Now, our engagement with the cartoons. So, this is when I started seeing this Phineas and Ferb, it was just 4 or 5 years back that I came across this cartoon. So obviously, what I'm talking about, what C.S. Lewis he says about children's story is that a children's story is not just a children's story. It should be able to attract as effectively an adult as it is able to attract a child. Okay, so that is also and so he says that I'm almost inclined to set it up as a canon, that a children's story which is enjoyed only by children is a bad children's story. So a children's story is something that is like to be enjoyed by the adults and children alike. But at the same time, we also come across the binary that which is which creates the whole discourse and debate on children's literature, that how children's literature and why children's literature, for whom children's literature, and why it is distinct from the adult literature. So children's literature, it is distinct from the adult literature. Why? Because it just subverts, it contests, and it debates all that can be seen in the adult literature. So in children's literature, how do we encounter nature? So obviously you must have if you have not read, then you must have seen or heard about Harry Potter. You must have heard about the Chronicles of Narnia. You must have heard about Alice in Wonderland. Okay, all these novels, they are like what? They are like fantasy, and they mark a journey, the journey of the children and the protagonist in the world of fantasy. So they move on to the in another world. So it is through their adventure that they come across nature. Remember that Alice, when she enters into the Wonderland, she meets a caterpillar. Okay, she talks to a caterpillar, and then she comes across the cat, which shows the smile. Okay, and then there is the Wizard of Oz, in which the girl, she goes with the lion and with the straw puppet. Okay, and then obviously in the Chronicles of Narnia, the lion is made the king of the novel. Okay, so and then the next is that they obviously come across or encounter nature through their engagement with nature. Now, this is engagement with the nature is especially for when we talk about the play groups. Then there is picture books which are designed for children, in which they are shown vegetables or fruits, and sometimes they might be shown some sort of activity, for instance, gardening or agriculture, and sometimes they might be shown the pictures of birds, and then the illustrations are there. And then another kind of encounter might take place, that when a child befriends some animal. Okay, so so befriending an animal, then there is another kind of trope is when a child might protect a pet or some animal, tree or plant. Then another kind of agenda that can be saving the ecology altogether, so that the children, they get into a kind of and they take the task so as to resolve the conflict. And then obviously this I have already referred, that it is through fantasy where animals may acquire speech, that they encounter them, and through anthropomorphism. Okay, so anthropomorphism is when animals, it's when animals, they are shown in with human capabilities. They talk, they behave, they dress up, they eat, and they have the kind of life that the animals live. Okay, so attribution of human attribute or personality to non-human beings, often animals, but also inanimate objects such as dolls. They all that is we call it as anthropomorphism. Why? Because anthropo is human, so it's like the human form which these animals might be given. Okay, so concerning, I take the first example from this where you can come across the Anthropocene perspective. So this is a jar of sound. It is a picture book, and it is an unconventional kind of a picture book. Why? Because the blurb on the book, it tells that it is a series of 4 books that combine stories and illustration inspired by Indian folk art. And so it takes it is built upon the illustrations. They are based on Madhubani and Bhil art. So when you read the entire book, it's a different kind. It has the picture illustrations, but they are like the traditional and folk kind of illustrations are present. Okay, so now in this, what happens that the human nature divide, it is sort of it becomes evident. What happens that the book, it opens with the rabbits, the animals, the trees shuddering, and they are terrified with the advent of Pithora Kanwar, who is the chief of the humans and the chief tribesman, and he is known for hunting and for cutting down the trees, for killing the animals. So a jar of sounds, it turns out to be a dystopia for humans. Why? Because of all the animals. Okay, so there is this conversation that takes place. So the lion, it asked his friend, the beefy banyan tree, how do you think we can stop this madman? And the banyan tree informs, it says to this lion that my friends have already been cut down, and I really have no idea that how this can be stopped. There is no stopping to this man, Pithora. And so the animals, what they do, that they, all of them, they together, they unite and they pray to the forest goddess, Himali Harda. And the forest goddess Himali Harda, she emerges from the flames of fire, and like everything is comes to a standstill, and it becomes clear that that the goddess is she is very angry. And so Himali Harda, she whispered, the animals which whispered to each other when they have the look of it, and then they start saying that she is Himali Harda, and she says to Pithora that you have created hell, killing animals and cutting trees. So before Pithora could say anything, what Himali Harda does, that she just curses them, and the curse is a very that is where the twist in the story lies, that she and Pithora, he's just he just blurts but, and meanwhile what happens, that from she says that now on that is how the humans will be cursed, that there will be no laughter, music or dance for your people. And what she did was that she held up a jar in her hand, and Zwack, something got sucked inside it, and the humans, they have lost all sounds, and they have lost all music, they have lost speech as such. So they just became mute. And that is the line that I have chosen from this book, that the drummers bet the drums, but they made no sound. The guitarist strummed his guitar, but but there was no tune. The singer sang a song, but the lips made no sound. The dancers tripped over each other and fell in heap. Now what happened, that Himali Harda, she just throws this jar on the cloud, and it just goes away, and so the speech of humans also goes away, and then a silence enveloped the land, and it was a deafening silence. Now obviously, why? Because Pithora Kanwar, he's the head of his tribe, and therefore he's also like worried for his own people. So Pithora, he grew very sad, and he then went into the forest to think about how to resolve all this. So he sat for 108 days without food, praying to the goddess to show him his mistakes. Himali Harda was moved, and then the goddess, she says that I'm pleased with your prayers. I grant you your speech back. But then this is what Pithora says, but oh goddess, what can I do to bring laughter to my people? Okay, so that laughter was completely missing. And then she guides Pithora Kanwar to find an antelope that can help him reach the cloud, where he can find the jar of sounds. So that is where we have the significance of the title, that how this jar of sounds, it is like sort of it becomes important. And then when this book it ends, it sort of resolves resolves the conflict that existed between the human tribes and the nature. So the conflict between them is resolved as Pithora Kanwar converted his tribe. They took to farming and gave up hunting. And many hunters, they started to live in peace with trees and the animals. Soon there were fewer hunters and more farmers. So and they stopped cutting trees and they started farming, and then they were able to save the animals. Okay, one of the concerns in the Anthropocene is about this, about the clearing of the forest. And with the clearing of the forest came the issue of the loss of the megafauna. Megafauna, and this is what the writers and the critics, they are like talking about that the biggest megafauna which now we have is like the horse or the cows, which are obviously meant for the human use, but otherwise most of the megafauna they have been lost, and they are like in the reserves or in the national sanctuaries or in the wildlife. So like that is how the conflict between the anthropocenic perspective becomes evident in this book. But at the same time, you also come to sort of a resolution. Why? Because we are talking about children's book, so obviously it cannot have an apocalyptic kind of vision that you can find in the series like the Maze Runner or Hunger Games. Okay, where the world, it has almost come to stand still, and when the habitations, they are lost. Okay. So I move on to my next text, and this is Animal Human Bond, and the writer is Anita Nair, and she wrote Living Next Door to Alice. Now, Living Next Door to Alice, once again, before beginning with this, it's a kind of a story where this boy Siddharth, he lives with his parents, and he lives with his parents, and his parents are working, both of them. And this, as we have talked about, that there is this extinction of experience which has taken place, and Siddharth, he doesn't like going out to play at all. So the parents, they push him that you go and play out, and while having the dinner or lunch, they'll talk to him and they'll say that, what are you doing all day, and why did your principal call me, and you are not at all, and like they understand that their child has some sort of disconnect. That disconnect is what Siddharth says, that however hard he tries, his parents are not able to understand this disconnect. And so obviously when we talk about the adventure story, and this Alice, Living Next Door to Alice, it tends to become a sort of although it suggests this animal child bond, it also tends to become an adventure story, in the sense that we do find that Siddharth is able to find escape from his monotonous home life. And in adventure story, what happens that whatever adventure story you pick up, you will find that children, they are not treated as like inactive. They are not like the receptacle. They are not at the receiving ends where only the adults will say or do, and they will be doing those things. They will act at their discretion. They have their decision making, and that is what is suggested in the adventure story. So when we talk about the adventure stories, the protagonists, the children who are like otherwise powerless, they are being given importance in the narrative, so that we find that they are able to carry on the journey and take the decisions wisely, and they are also able to resolve the conflict, help other characters also, and those other characters, they will also be like marginal. Okay, so this book, Living Next Door to Alice, it is like deals like this. He's more into like inside his home. He likes playing video game, and he just is busy in his own world. So obviously, we come across our existence, our lives, that we are in 21st century, and it's like the age of information. So a growth of scientific interest in the natural world immediately stimulated activity in the new genre of children's book in the form of factual works and stories trees and animals and human beings, and the way dumb creatures should be treated. So obviously we, and especially I mean, because my work is like in Indian children's literature, so when I have read the books by the Indian writers, they have dealt and this human child, this animal child bond, it is depicted in a very different sort of manner, and it is like more empathetic and more participatory than one could say that that it's like from a distant. When Siddharth, so this is how Siddharth encounters this baby elephant. So there is Siddharth, he's like pushed by his parents to go out, and when he hears some sort of voice, and there's some hushing and whispering that takes place, and he comes across this baby elephant, and and then she calls herself Aishwarya, and this is how Siddharth makes fun of the fact that Aishwarya, he thought that it is a beauty queen. He was like surprised, and he was wonderstruck that how can an elephant talk. Okay, so now that is where we find that how the fantastical elements are played into the story. So obviously he's able to talk, and then Siddharth and and that is he reduces the name Aishwarya to Alice. He says that I would prefer to call you Alice. And then the friendship grows on, and their parents understand that Siddharth, he is close, he's like he feels warmly for this elephant, and there is some sort of friendship which has developed with the elephant. But here his parents are not very convinced. And one day when Siddharth is like sitting in his classroom, then this Alice, it comes dressed up in a school uniform, and it just stands by the window, and Siddharth says that no, you cannot enter the classroom, you have to go out. And then Alice, though she refrains from coming inside the classroom, she just stands beside the window, and when the teacher enters, she keeps on hushing, keeps on whispering, and keeps on muttering words. And when she does, then everybody just wonders, and finally she makes an entry into the class, and then everyone is shocked, and the teacher is shocked, and the students, they are like filled with joy that what is this, they have seen a miracle kind of a thing. And so Siddharth and Alice, they are like Siddharth goes to a party, and Alice also very quietly follows her, and Siddharth is not conscious about the fact. And then he once again hears some sort of noise, and the people, they are partying on one side, and the food is like being prepared and being served on the other. And the Alice enters into that place, and she devours everything and eats everything. And then Siddharth just wonders what is she up to, and she says that before anyone could realize, we should just run away from this place. So they run away from the party, and they get into the forest. Now this forest is like in the background, which is presented. And when this is and Alice and Siddharth, both of them, they get into the forest. Now they come across this a crowd of elephants, and somehow Alice, Alice, who was separated from her parents, she is able to meet her parents. So she is able to meet, and then Siddharth was also away from the party, so his parents were also worried, and he was also almost on the verge of weeping. And he just says that he says perhaps he had heard that he thought that he was lost in the forest. And then it is Alice who calls for the name of who says that Siddharth is here, come here. And her parents come, and then finally Siddharth is able to meet. He unites with his parents. Now the novel takes all kinds of hilarious and ironic turns, and finally what happens, that it is through the help of Alice that Siddharth and is able to catch a bandit who was like operating within the forest. And the novel ends with Siddharth and Alice going on a trip, and there is Alice who's sitting on a plane, and she's wondering, and everyone just keeps on wondering that what is this? What kind of wonder is this? Okay. The next text that I have taken is the cherry tree, and it shows the human plant bond. Now this cherry tree, it is like this boy Rakesh. He lives obviously words like Ruskin Bond. He lives in Missouri in Uttarakhand. Okay, so he has written many books which are like dealing with the lives of the people in Missouri, in Dehradun, and in places around. And this is like one story. And this Rakesh, his parents are working somewhere else, so he comes to live with his grandfather. And there is obviously this Wordsworthian kind of a spirit which is evident in Rakesh, as Wordsworth he likes he, for instance, looks at nature as a teacher, as a moralist, as a guide, and not only he also looks at nature as the divine source of creativity. So according to him, it is like the regulative physical power which is the call of all phenomena for Wordsworth. So in the same way, Ruskin Bond, he also acquires his own perception about nature. So that is like the story begins. While returning to school, this Rakesh, he had some cherries, and there were like 3 cherries which are left, which were left in his hand, and he reaches his home, and there is one, the last cherry which he keeps in his mouth. So the children, when it is the last thing which is left to be eaten, they will just retain it in their mouth as long as it will last. So Rakesh is just like as childish, and he retains it till the seed is left, and he comes to his home, and he tells to his grandfather that this is the seed, and grandfather says that why don't you plant it? And so the seed is planted, and that is where we find that the human existence and the plant existence, it comes into play. Why? Because this seed, and then Rakesh here planted this seed somewhere in summer, and then the winters pass, and the spring comes, and there is this, it gives rise to a seedling. And when it gives rise to a seedling, now there is this seedling, it gets clustered along with other grasses and everything, and then there are goats enters, and it sorts of eats all the leaves. And now once again, the cherry tree is like left all alone by itself. Then what happens, as the cherry tree grows, we find that Rakesh, he removes a grasshopper who has come as a visitor on this cherry tree. Then he also looks at a caterpillar. So that is how the interaction of Rakesh with these insects is shown. And then there is like another incident which takes place, and in this we find that Rakesh, he is while he was out for a school, and there comes a woman who start cutting the grass for the fodder. And while cutting the grass, what happens that this the cherry tree, it is also like cut exactly in the middle in 2 halves. Now Rakesh and grandfather, he just had a look that what is this woman doing, and he just comes out running, and he says that what are you doing? And he just asks her to leave that place. And somehow there weren't any leaves which were left on cherry tree. And Rakesh, when he comes back, he's like sad, and he just completely lose hope, and he thinks that perhaps that tree will die, that it will not be able to survive. Okay, so through this story, we obviously come to understand that it is a Bildungsroman. Now, a Bildungsroman is usually associated with the development of a character, a human character. But when we look at the story, we also come to understand that it's not only about the development of Rakesh as a child who is growing along with the tree. So cherry tree is also growing, and Rakesh is also growing, and Rakesh and their age is like treated on and compared with one another. So it's also a Bildungsroman for a tree. That is like Rakesh, a young boy, and his grandfather. They are not only the guardians, but they are also in a symbiotic kind of relationship with nature. They protect and guard the tree against all the dangers and adversity. So this is the story illustrates what Michel Poulan says, that it is possible that plants are the subjects. So I was reading a book on plant studies, and in this book they have talked about the survival of plants, that we think that humans are regulating the plant life, but what if the plants are regulating they are like ruling the human needs? What in that case? So it's not, so that is what Michel Poulan says, that it is possible that plants are the subjects and humans are the objects, making humans do things for them they couldn't do for themselves. So the cherry tree could not protect itself, and it is Rakesh and the grandfather that they are there to have to protect it. So the bond that Rakesh develops for the cherry tree shows that the plant cannot be separated from the world that accommodates it. It is the most intense, radical, and pragmatic form of being in the world. And that is what Rakesh observes through the course of his story, that the cherry tree, Rakesh thinks that perhaps as he gets near it, there is some sort of reflex actions which are visible in the tree. So also we come to across another thing, that trees are like static, they are unmovable, so they cannot move. The trope, the journey trope, the adventure trope that I have just talked about, it is like relevant for the human beings, but that cannot be true for the trees. So that trope, that journey trope, it is like it is because they are unmovable, they avoid the trope of journey, except of the stationary development. So the development that we see in the cherry tree is the static development. It grows in that very place. So this story throws light on the fact that trees and plants have a sense of presence, company, and place. In this story, Ruskin Bond establishes a balance between the mobile lives of human and immobile lives of trees by bringing them close to one another. Okay, now there was another story by Ruskin Bond in which he sort of tells about his experience. He tells about the story. The story is My Father's Trees in Dehra. So there were like trees which were planted by his father in his childhood. After for 50 years, when he has almost grown old, he visits that same place and he finds that those trees, they have grown up. And this is what he says, that he recalls his father that at one point of time trees were able to move, and once again there will come a time when the trees will expand and they will begin to move. So that is how Ruskin Bond he expresses his experience. The trees seem to know me, they whisper among themselves and beckon me nearer. So that's the kind of the bond that has been suggested in the cherry tree. This story, it shows, it can be seen as an example of a tree where the tree becomes a protagonist. Usually the humans are protagonists, but in this story we find that we come to know about the birth of the tree, that how that the tree sprouts, and it develops into a seedling, from the seedling into a bush, and then into a tree. And so when the tree grows up, we find Rakesh, he sits under the tree, he takes the pleasure in the kind of the shade that it has now. So Rakesh, the protagonist, we find that there are like twin contexts of the world building, and that is where we find that the cultivation of the cherry tree and the employment of the cherry tree as the central figure. So there is the Bildungsroman, where the cultivation takes place of the cherry tree, and also where the development of the cherry tree takes place as a character. Okay, so what I would like to conclude, I'll say that so there are like constant dialogues which take place between virtual and textual utopias and the real dystopias. So when we talk about so when we come across books, obviously books are they are able to show construct positive images. They are like constructive images and happier images. Okay, and whereas the life outside, the real life, it is like dealing with the real concerns. The books also try to suggest those concerns, but in the real life, those concerns, they are like, they have drastic impact. Virtual, when we talk about the kinds of the pictures, the movies, the cartoons that we are seeing, so that's the virtual utopia, which is marked with virtual liberty, equality, and fraternity. And there is also a celebrity status, glamour, fame, sensitivity. Then there is sharing, and there are environmental concerns which are projected. And in reality, we find the exact opposite of it. We find that the world is filled with inequality. There are unequal power relationship. There is uneven distribution of wealth and resources. There are racial, gender, caste, class, regional prejudices, and there are discrepancies, unemployment, poverty, hopelessness, loneliness, meaninglessness. And along with that, we have the burden of our environment. So children's literature, it tries to sort of establish a balance between these two extremes. How do I look at, so how do we look at the art of living on the dying planet? What do we have to do? So we have to, perhaps we need to redefine our human identity as superior to other beings, as more privileged than other beings, the non-humans, trees, plants, animals. Okay, so that is what is needed, that we have to think beyond our human self. This is what Donna Haraway, the theorist on post-humanism and Anthropocene, has talked about. Then we need to reestablish our bond with nature and non-humans. So this is also a book by Zoe Zarks, and in this he talks about the elements, and then he talks about the plants and the animals. I came across this idea of sharing in Devdutt Patnaik's The Boys Who Fought. And The Boys Who Fought, it is the rendition, it is the retelling of the Mahabharata. And obviously we know about the Mahabharata and the war that was fought between the Kauravas and Pandavas. And that is how Devdutt Patnaik, he concludes that the war did not only took away the lives of the people, but how it affected the animals, the forests which were burnt, the animals which were killed because of that rivalry and because of the conflict that existed between these two clans. And then obviously the rest, when you read the works by Ruskin Bond, especially his non-fiction, then you come across his idea of coexistence. And coexistence in the sense that remember that and I'm just covering this also, defining capital. We also need to define capital. Obviously capital has been taken into consideration, and natural resources, they are like taken as resources, and therefore they are treated as capital. Okay, there has to be some sort of blurring that is required, that natural resources should be taken as a capital in their original form, not as means of production or as some sort of physical or capital kind of entity. Okay, so Ruskin, so conclusion, there was this during the time of Corona, remember that everyone was talking about how we got closer to nature, how things were clearer and everything. So it was like during that time that there were seminars which were taking place, and one of them, in one of them, I just did the paper with dealing with Donna Haraway's idea. So redefining our identity. Don't we see that in urban spaces now, when we talk about, we have the idea of things of our own, that we talk about that we should have our own room, we should have our own books, we should have our own car, we should have our own flat, we should even have our own television, our own mobile. Okay, and that is where I bring into the idea of Ruskin Bond, that why not to have one's own tree. Okay, and so when we are having everything of our own, why are we not able to give that space to something that is so much part of our life? Okay, so children and humans, they are seen as active agents who can indulge in this course of action, whereby this coexistence can take place. So that is like the idea. I just end up with this quote. I just end up with this quote, and this is like this is from the Cree Indian. This is a Cree Indian proverb that only when the last tree has died, and the last river being poisoned, and the last fish being caught, will we realize we cannot eat money. Okay, that is it. Thank you. Somehow my video is not displaying.
Thank you, Dr. Verma. It was really a very thought-provoking presentation from your end. You talked about the dystopian and utopian traditions. You mentioned books that have addressed Anthropocene, its domains and its perceptions. You talked about the raging environmental issues that have plagued our planet, that have been plaguing our planet in the current times, and how we have reached a point of no return when it comes to environmental change or damage. How we need to meet, we need more people like Greta Thunberg. She's a teenager, and when she can realize the harm, that we as human beings who have been bestowed with the responsibility to actually conserve this planet, we are the ones who are, kind of turning it into a an uninhabitable place. So we need more people like Greta Thunberg to advocate and voice out the concerns of future generations on issues of preservation of our natural environment. You talked about the factors responsible for the gap between children and nature, the culture of fear, the safety of children, to name a few. And how to bridge this gap is to make children more aware of their eco-psychological self. You explained the pyramidal structure of human sciences. You talked about children's literature, how children's literature tries to, address all these burning issues. You talked about 3 fantastic books like Jar Sounds, Living Next to Alice. How in very simple terms, how in very simple ways can we address these issues with children, and we can, make them realize what is it that is happening right now and what needs to be done actually. How we need to develop the, nurture that friendship between children and nature, the both flora and fauna. So children's literature needs to address these issues. It needs to, bridge the gap that has been created by us. Knowingly, unknowingly, we have created this gap between ourselves and the nature. And so now it is our turn to actually be able to, make the wrongs rights, and bridge this gap between ourselves and the nature, and especially for our future generations. You very aptly pointed out this irony that whatever we are doing right now, we do it for our children, but in doing that, we do not realize that we are taking them away from the very essence, from the very the existence that we come from. So thank you so much, Dr. Verma, for this thought-provoking and presentation. Very insightful, definitely. So now, as always, we've been doing it for all the sessions. I open up the platform for our attendees who have been listening very intently and very keenly. I'm hopeful to all the sessions, and to you as well. Let us have some questions for Dr. Verma, if we have any for on the session. So Dr. Richa Joshi Pandey here has invited Ma'am Ranu Unyal ma'am to say a few words. If we can have a few words from Ranu Unyal ma'am.
I don't know if ma'am is busy, but I just saw her name flickering, and I'm so encouraged to have. She's a great, very creative poet, and extremely well loved senior faculty from Lucknow University. So I'm feeling so blessed to have a comment from her, and that's why I was presumptuous enough to request her. But of course, I do understand, ma'am, whether ma'am is busy now and she's still part of the program or no. I'm not aware.
Okay. I hopefully, if she's connected with us, we can definitely have a few words from her, Dr. Joshi. Meanwhile, the other participants, I think Dr. Verma is all ready to answer any and all of your questions if you have any. We have a comment from Nidhi Negi saying it was a very insightful presentation, definitely. And so let us just kind of shuffle our thoughts. Let us ask Dr. Verma, let us get our queries answered by him if we have any. It does take some time for all of us to put our thoughts together. So I don't think we should mind the silence for a couple of minutes, because everyone needs time to, get all these thoughts sunk, into our conscious, unconscious, and subconscious mind. So let's give the attendees some time. So meanwhile, Dr. Verma, if I can ask you, what is it that got you interested in pursuing this this thought of or this thought of actually working on the Anthropocene, children's literature and Anthropocene? What made you interested? Is Dr. Verma still with us?
Dr. Verma?
Nimi, can we request him to please connect? Yeah, he's there. So yeah, technology has advanced, but even that has its glitches and pitfalls.
Hello,
So,
I'm so sorry.
Dr. Verma, can you hear us?
Yes,
No,
yes.
that's
I'm so
okay,
sorry. Actually, there was a power cut, and because of which this Wi-Fi just stopped. So I
That's
just
all
got
right.
disconnected.
That's fine. That's fine. That's absolutely fine.
Okay.
So meanwhile, while we're giving our participants to actually absorb the presentation that you just gave,
Okay.
and they'll be definitely coming back to you with some questions,
Fine.
I'm sure.
Okay, fine.
Meanwhile, we just were interested in knowing what got you interested, what got you into this, pursuing this thing with the Anthropocene and children's literature. What made you so interested to pursue it as a domain, as a subject? Yeah.
See, I think I was, did Ranu ma'am speak anything? Were we able to connect to her?
No, she didn't.
Okay,
but
okay. I think
I
she
was
must
so
be busy.
overwhelmed. Yes,
I think she must be busy.
overwhelmed that I didn't want to miss an opportunity for her to say something. So I just butted in. But please carry on, Dr. Verma.
Okay,
Thank
so
you so
actually,
much.
I just what happened that I studied in the Department of English, Lucknow University. I did my MA from here, and I got enrolled myself in a PhD under her supervision, under Professor Onial, and she was the one who guided me about children's literature, because she's like the specialist. She's the expert in Indian writing in English. So it is, then like it was like a decade back, when 2011, then when I got into this research, then there were like texts were limited, and now when I look at this, the kind of the improvement and development that has taken place, it is altogether very different. And that is why like we sort of I am sort of find that the writers, especially in India, they are like addressing each and everything. There is not even a single issue, whether it is related to social life, to environment, to gender equality, that has not been taken up in the children's story. And that is like that is where I find that the power of the writers, and especially the convincing capacity of Indian children's writers lie. And they are like working in all kind of genres. So they haven't left anything untouched. Now my this engagement with Anthropocene is like this is just like I will say I think it was Anthropocene. It got currency in 2011, and somewhere in 2014-15, the work must have started. I came across it when I was searching about. When I was just like, it was a casual kind of search, and then I came across this idea of Anthropocene, that how the environmentalists and the scientists, they are getting into the field. So they were like discussing about this the kind of the condition or the point that we have reached now. This is like particularly Anthropocene is like, it is more apparent and evident in young adult literature, especially the literature which is dealing with the teenagers. So that is where they have and especially the American kind of fictions, they are like getting into the kind of no return, where they are engaging with the post-human condition, where the humans are not only like confined to the human they are like moved beyond, but at the same time there are like all kinds of concerns. For instance, the animals are endangered, and then the humans are also not being humans. They are like also being turned into robotic kind of thing, or mechanized, or into some sort of diverse kind of so if you look at the kind of the superheroes that we have, they are like a sort of deviation from the conventional normal human capacities that we have. So my engagement with this, it was just like a year back when Corona had started. In the midweek, that I started reading about Anthropocene and how the things are like taking place. And besides, what has happened that in the current times, there are concerns, rising concerns as far as climate change is being talked about, and that climate change which is like affecting our lives, which is affecting our agriculture, our economy, each and everything. So there is nothing untouched which is being not affected because of the climate change. And that climate change is something which the Anthropocene experts, they connected to, that it is they are the human activities which have resulted in the change of the climate. So my and apart related to Anthropocene studies were like animal studies and plant studies. So I was like simultaneously getting into the three fields altogether, but they are like not so interrelated to one another. But yes, they do have the overlapping kind of an approach.
Okay. Yeah, you very truly said, Dr. Verma, um, that lately I think this has become a burning issue, and although we have a lot of people addressing it, but still we need more voices. We need more hands to join those who have been advocating,
See,
the concerns and these issues of yeah.
see, right from the beginning, as I have mentioned it in my presentation, that children's literature is as interesting to an adult reader. Okay. However, children's literature is not it might not, and most of the time it will contest the adult kind of version or reality. So that is like, so when Alice enters into the wonderland, she questions, twinkle twinkle little star, why should that rhyme? And then when the caterpillar and the other characters, they're like using the different kind of rhymes with the, and then she's like familiar with those rhymes, but those rhymes are different, and it turns out to be a sort of nonsense. But at the same time, there, and similarly, like there are like other especially this post-human turn, post-modern turn, and particularly after the publication of Harun and the Sea of Stories by Salman Rushdie. It was like in 2004, I believe, that the book came out. After this, we find that there is this change in the approach that we have in children's literature today. Earlier children's literature, it was like more realistic. They were like realistic stories which the writers were writing. So even Ruskin Bond's stories are realistic. He's not dealing with fantasy. But now when you talk about other children's writer, they are like they are making use of magic realism, which Salman Rushdie is known for, where they are mixing facts and fiction, where they are mixing political life, history, and the normal our lives. So that it's like the mixture of the fantasy and literature, the history and the fiction, the imagination and the reality. So that is how like it's going on. And Anthropocene, one of the concern within the Anthropocene discourse was, and which I have already mentioned, capitalocene in the sense that when we talk about the power that common people have, and that is what the theorists, they say that how many people will be able to affect their lives. Okay, it is only the people, they are only the people who have power, who have money, and who are like in the position that they can control other people. So obviously when we talk about the kind of the discourse which are being developed, and that is also the how the Anthropocene theorists, they have also contradicted their own movement and their own arguments, that we cannot hold the entire human race responsible for this consequence. Why? Because they were very few people who were like involved in the policy making.
Yeah. So, Dr. Verma, we have a question from Nidhi Negi. She says the society is moving towards capitalism and commercials, which is a major influence in children as well. We have online classes in the pandemic time, which could also increase the effect of capitalism, owning to gadgets and the fancy stationery, etc.
Right.
What could be done for children academically and socially so that they grow sensitive towards the environment?
See, obviously, once again, I'll take a different kind of course. And what I believe is that we are not retrogressing, we are progressing. At any stage, we are like moving ahead from what we have been in the past, or the human race particularly. So we are moving ahead. Whatever we are having now, we cannot do away with it. we have to accept. Then that is why it is the point of no return. We have to accept. So when the researchers, they have talked about all these, they are talking about the waste, that how the human imprints are found in each and everything in of the nature. Okay, so now children, obviously, because it was the pandemic, because they were introduced to mobile, because the teaching was going on online, and I was teaching online to the students, I was like, we were like in a situation where we couldn't have skip it. Okay, but at the same time, obviously there was another kind of idea which was like vibrant in the minds of everyone, that we did find that it was not as entertaining, as engaging, and we did find time for our family, and we did find time for that leisure where we could engage in our surrounding. That time was somewhere missing. So that engagement with the surroundings, that is necessary. How to, so once again, there is also like I think it's like Carlson, who says that when we talk about children, obviously, and this also becomes like very clear in this story, the cherry tree, that child will not come across the wonders of nature by itself. It will need the help of some adult to come across the mysteries of nature. So we have, it is, their responsibility lies with the adults, that that how we want the children to be acquainted with nature for our end too.
Yes,
And then
yes. Absolutely, absolutely, and very well said, Dr. Verma. And point definitely noted and taken. So on that note, I think we have another question.
okay.
I think from Akanksha Barthwal, who says the children of today are becoming techno-savvy. They are born in and with technology. So do you think engaging and introducing children into e-learning or e-books? So what is your take on engaging and introducing children to e-learning, e-books?
See, my idea is like I do not know, it might be contradictory as well, but obviously I have already said that we cannot do away with things. Can we do? No, we cannot. Okay, so obviously we have to understand, just like we assume various kind of roles in our real life. So we are like we behave in a particular parents in front of our parents, in a particular form in front of our teachers, in a particular form in front of our friends, and we keep on, we are like in transitioning into those roles. So now when you talk about even about learning, that learning is like not only through books. Okay, and that is like also what I keep on saying to my students, that learning which remains only to book and only remains theoretical will be useless after a point of time. My learning should be something that should be like become the part of my character. It should exhibit when in my actions. So engaging children in ebook, e-learning, that is okay at the same time, but also why not to show them the real trees? Why not to show them the real fruits, the real flowers? Okay, obviously that will be done, but it is not that might be, we leave this on the part of schools to do. We are not engaging themselves. We are lagging in time.
Yes, yes, absolutely. We do need to make time for our children.
Okay,
and
I just would like
think,
to, I'm just sorry for interrupting you. Just
yeah,
there
yeah,
is
please,
like
please.
there is, I have forgotten the name of the writer, but there is the book My Garden. I think it's Srinivasan or something, that is the author. Now in this book, I mean, it is just like, and there is also another book. They are like small picture books which are meant for children. So in My Garden, there is a girl who gets into a girl or perhaps a boy. That is also like a character is not very clear. So she gets into the farm, and she is the one who is cultivating. So she grows up flowers, she grows up vegetables, and grows up in the sense that she plants them and then they grow up, and then she looks and admires nature, that what is happening. The squirrel comes, the caterpillar comes, the crow comes. So that is how they get acquainted, that is how they get closer to it. Okay, and then it was like in my high school, I was like, there was this NTSC examination which was like to take place, and we were like doing rehearsal for interviews. So one of the people who were like taking the doing the rehearsal, they said that when asked by a student that what is your hobby, one of the students said nature watching. Okay, so how many of us would say that my hobby is nature watching? Okay, when you read Ruskin Bond, you understand that he claims that his hobby is nature watching. At one point of time, my hobby was nature watching, but now because of the kind of my engagement with devices, especially with the mobile and with games and with television and everything, that activity has been reduced to considerable extent.
Yes, absolutely, Dr. Verma. Very few of us would list, bird watching or nature, or even, gardening or things like these as our hobbies. Very true. So on that note, again, I would like to thank you very much, Dr. Verma, for joining us today and making us delve into all these issues, giving us insights into some of the books that address these issues, and the way these the Anthropocene should be like kind of portrayed as in the form of children's literature. So thank you very much for this insightful, great presentation, and we hope to connect with you again on these issues. So on behalf of everyone present here, I would again like to thank
my
you very
thanks
much.
are also due Rohini and Richa and Nimi and Simi and dear
Yes.
students. I mean, it was wonderful being the part of this discourse. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Verma. Thank you so much. Okay, guys, I think that was very informative. And yes, people are saying that Sir has given us a new hobby today, that we should be calling a tree our own, like everything else. And that is so true. So on that note, without any further ado, I would like to now introduce our, no, I would say next and not the last speaker for the day. She is so well known to everybody present here. She doesn't need a very formal introduction, but since it is a part of job that I have to do, I do have to, but she doesn't need an introduction. She's an assistant professor at the Department of English, School of Languages, Doon University, Dehradun, where she has been working for the last 7 years. She did her PhD on Amitav Ghosh at HNBGU, Garhwal University, Srinagar, Uttarakhand. Areas of interest include medical humanities, Indian writing in English, literacy theory, and criticism and gender studies. She has published a number of research papers and articles in journals of national as well as international repute, and has organized and convened various national and international workshops, seminars, symposia, and conferences, including the one that we are hosting right now. She ardently believes that reading children's literature is an extremely fulfilling means of encouraging empathy, fighting inequality, as well as promoting diversity, equity, and inclusion. Please join me in giving a very warm welcome to Dr. Richa Joshi Pandey. Dr. Joshi, you're most welcome. And thank you for agreeing to actually have this session for us. We are so looking forward to it.
Thank you, Rohini ji. It is indeed an honor to be invited by you. I know it's the last session for the day, and so we've had a number of very interesting points of view, some very thought-provoking discussions that we will take time to mull over. We will take time to think over and over again. My topic today is something that some of you may not as yet have had an introduction to, post-humanism, though a lot of my lectures in class, because a lot of the attendees today are students who I teach, and I do often refer to the idea of post-humanism. So today I'm going to discuss children's literature from a post-humanist lens. A lot of these ideas actually are the ones that prompted us to, in the first place, come up with this workshop. Why was it so necessary for this workshop to happen, to be followed by, we already did a children's literature workshop, and then we followed it up with this. And there was a very important reason why we had to do it, because we needed to read, once we had put children's literature in perspective and we had spoken about what it really does to the world of children and adults, we now need to look at it from a contemporary point of view, why it is so necessary to us today, why it is so irreplaceable. from any other form of literature, with any other form of literature. So I will first talk about critical posthumanism as discussed by Pramod Nair. He defines critical posthumanism as, he says, and I quote, the radical decentering of the traditional sovereign, coherent, and autonomous human in order to demonstrate how the human is always already evolving with, constituted by, and constitutive of multiple forms of life and machines. So if we look at it in two ways, we can look at it as a philosophical approach and we can look at it as a political approach. As a philosophical approach, it involves rethinking of the very idea of human subjectivity. When we understand the human, we understand the human in terms of humanism as we know of it. Western enlightened form of humanist thinking, which started off much before. So enlightenment itself is something that people have dated differently, but involves a rethinking of the very idea of humanist subjectivity in terms of some kind of self-contained human, autonomous, pure essence, somebody who designs things, somebody who is able to decide and declare his will upon other people. And in that sense, it categorizes subjectivity as post-humanism characterizes subjectivity as blurring the boundaries between what we know from humanism to be the human, the non-human, and the machine. So what humanism tells us as the human is, humanism basically refers to the word earthly human. When you talk of earthly human, you're automatically dividing the earthly human from earthly plant, from animal, from matter, etc. So here is post-humanism is an approach which looks at the human not in terms of a pure essence or some kind of autonomous, self-contained, morally present essence. It characterizes this human as an agent within other agents, within a web of agents, other agents. And so it looks at the human as an entanglement, within an entanglement, okay? As a political approach, it scrutinizes and reveals the constructedness of our various hierarchical categories. So if the human in humanist terms is the conditional category based on the presence of a certain affect, which is rationality, has rationality, authority, autonomy, agency. These are all descriptions that are given by critical post-humanists like Pramod Nair. So this human in humanist terms is one who can think rationally, project his will upon the world, create history. And so this human is not only an exclusive category, it is an exclusionary category because he distinguishes himself from other forms of life and matter. And I say he because this human is a very particular human. This human, as discussed by various critical post-humanists, is the mature, white, able-bodied, heterosexual man, middle-class man, European man of humanism. So he's the Western male who is mature, who's able-bodied, who's white, who's heterosexual, and this has been the yardstick for being human. This has been the yardstick for being human in Western knowledge practices of what counts as normal. So this I becomes the structural root of all different kinds of exploitation, different forms of structural exploitation, dehumanization of women, of sexualized, racialized, naturalized others, as Karen Murris talks about it, and asymmetrical violence. So this man is a universal, essentializing signifier and has created identity through difference. So this human other difference that is created, the subhuman, non-human dichotomy, this is the place, the origin of this Western human, this man as a category, and it is an exclusionary category. It is a category that does not yet recognize its own potential for violence, because it does not recognize the power relations that it is, or the binary logic that it encompasses or absorbs within itself. So a post-human ethic is necessary because a post-human ethic recognizes the inseparability of Western knowledge systems and the colonizing, extractive, and exploitative moves towards progress and development. So when we look at the different, if we look at different post-humanists as a philosophical inquiry into the nature of humanity and to the relationship to the rest of the world, whether that is the animal world, the cybernetic world, or the environmental world, post-humanism evokes the exhilarating prospect of getting out of some of the old boxes and opening up new ways of thinking about what being human means. These are words I'm quoting from Hales in her book, How We Became Post-Human. She says, and I quote, this post-humanism evokes the exhilarating prospect of getting out of some of the old boxes and opening up new ways of thinking about what being human means. So post-humanism displaces the idea of the human at the center of the world, a sovereign, autonomous, coherent entity. And as I told you, is an iconic entity because he is not just anybody from anywhere. He is a substantial, concrete entity. Who is that entity? The mature, white, able-bodied, heterosexual man of humanism, which is the yardstick of being human. So this attempts to rethink humanist ethics and subjectivity, and it also raises an ethical question, and that ethical question destabilizes the very basic premises of what we think about ourselves as a species. It's called species exceptionalism. So how we think of ourselves as a species, what do we think about ourselves as a species? When we think from a post-humanist point of view, we start to sort of redistribute this agency. We start to think of our own position within this entanglement with other beings, and we catalyze action, and this helps us to catalyze action and thought towards our understanding of discriminatory practices. How this exclusion actually happens, we start drawing attention to that, our own discriminatory practices and moral responsibility. So if the post-human is something, if you look at it in terms of a convergence with transhumanism, then post-humanism and transhumanism both in that sense tend to, though transhumanism has, and because it talks about an advanced human, an enhanced human, talks about it has an anthropocentric bias. But both post-humanism and transhumanism talk about how we have to, if we are advanced, what are the values that make us advanced? So when we talk of this human is somebody who has rationality, abstract thinking, logical, all those qualities that make for this one iconic human in humanist terms. But what are those values that we have come to uphold as values as a culture in order to call ourselves human? And then if there are various values which can conflict and contradict with each other, how do we understand those values in terms of, in this world of Anthropocene, in this Anthropocene era that we are currently in, this part of Holocene which we call the Anthropocene? What is it that we must uphold as values? So vulnerability, is it a value? Empathy, responsibility, are these values that we must build and cherish? Or we must just build this hyper-human, masculine, hyper-white, in every way what we knew as human must be restored further to a further, through further advanced kind of eugenics into a bigger giant of a human from what we already know as a human. Or we should look at philosophical ways of of interrogating those values that are inherent in the human. Okay, so humanism is what told us about ourselves as a human, but we had a certain blindness to these contradictions within us, or these binaries that constituted us. Now, once the boundaries that make us human are detected through the post-human discourse, a dialogue can be facilitated, a dialogue between the human and the non-human others towards making these boundaries and these borders more fluid, more hybrid. So post-humanism treats the human as an embodied and embedded, mutually reinventing, co-evolving with technology and other life forms. We cannot be this autonomous sovereign subjectivity anymore. So we are already a networked subjectivity. We are already all the time, our information is fed into a certain network which is available outside us. What we eat, what we do in terms of human gene, the mutation, human gene mutation that keeps happening when we eat anything that is genetically modified in terms of plant, in terms of animal, whatever we intake is already modifying us. We're already in it and entangled within this web. So we can't shed that off anymore. But what we can do through a post-humanist lens is be responsible to undertake this quest of at least interrogating the boundaries and the borders that constitute us, and look beyond them. Sometimes that may be possible, sometimes that may not be possible. Now, if we look at reality, the real and fantasy, the real and the fantasy is the subject of post-humanist epistemic awareness, and it involves an immersive act. Children's fantasy permits just this ontological freedom and mutability. Like Zoe Jacques has talked about it a lot. These stories offer potentially radical destabilizations of hierarchies of being. These stories are imaginative. They blur boundaries. They are transformative. They critique. Sometimes a lot of our children's stories actually replicate the same binaries that constitute our discourses, cultural discourses. But through the use of fantasy, through the use of this imaginative realm, children's literature is particularly equipped that even if it can't transcend these dominant ideologies, and even if it doesn't really completely do away with these ideologies that constitute these binaries that make us, they're at least, in a sense, they critique those binaries. So read from a post-humanist lens, children's literature and children's stories can act as vital interventionist tools that can help young readers enter into debates about what it means to be human, responsibility, ethics, vulnerability, values, what it means to be human or non-human. And at the same time, they can offer children the window to issues of ethics and value in a post-human world. So different critters make us, different creatures that exist in children's literature. They can be mythologized, they can be fantasized, they can be forms of what we would like to know as unactualized possibles. The genre's flight of fantasy continues with their possibility. It encourages readers to believe in them, at least in their possibility. So both children's literature and humanism, post-humanism offer a forward-focused agenda that explores the limits of the real and real-world change by harnessing the potential for multiple possibilities. So it disrupts, it at least has a potential to disrupt borders, boundaries, and demarcations. So uncertainty now is not something to fear. Uncertainty is something to harness. Uncertainty is something to pursue. So children, in fact, are better attuned in their ability to accept and to enjoy the possible. They revel in the power of surprise. So what emerges is not necessarily a rejection of humanism per se, but it can certainly provide a complex and complicated response to the binaries that separate humans and animals as others. So this humanism that started off so So Rosie Braidotti talks about this Vitruvian man, the Vitruvian man as a figure that is the ideal of the figure. So Leonardo da Vinci made this figure of the ideal man. You may have seen it often, come across it, the Vitruvian man, and that becomes the model for the ideal human. And in that sense, Rosie Braidotti talks about how this model of the Vitruvian man eventually goes on to be mutated into a hegemonic cultural model for the human, and that has restricted, sexualized, racialized, naturalized others to disposable bodies. So humanist discourse sees the child as an other, an adult in progress, an adult in linear progress, immaturity to maturity. The lack of the child must be supplemented for by the adult. There is a unilateral flow of knowledge that is presupposed here. So the child must be made to sit in a fixed room, in a classroom, in a bounded space. Its play area should be a specific demarcated area, and the child should be made to learn from teacher to student. Unilateral adult to child inflow. The child cannot stake any claim in knowledge in this sort of equation. So the child in the humanist agenda becomes someone who is part of an adult child binary, and it is centered around the child's radical otherness. It is less than the adult. It is immature. It is yet to be human. It needs an adult centric social, cultural, and mental training. And this othering phenomena continues all through various through all those who cannot be fit into this humanist model of a human. So you will come across these terms. This has a lot of implications in disability studies also. For example, if you see autism, autism, a lot of work has been done on by Temple Grandin and a lot of others who discuss autism not in terms of a lack. It's just a different psychological and mental wiring. As ancients, we are naturally, there is a wiring in us ancient from the prehistoric times where we are naturally hardwired to having anxiety about grooming, having anxiety about social communication, having anxiety about fear, threat, threat of change. All those things we are naturally hardwired into. It's just that in us, in people who show neurotypical behavior, that is not evident. But in a child with autism who's not neurotypical and has probably that wiring still intact, that gene for wiring is still intact, is treated as the absolute other. Why? Because this whole othering mechanism, these are all othering machines at work. So we need to call that out through the idea of posthumanism. And I'm going to discuss three textbooks today. They're not really big textbooks, but they're books for children. The first one, and here I'm going to talk about the idea of size. So when we talk of the child feels very helpless. It's a small child compared to the big adult world, which, big people can move fast. They can show their towering presence. Already they have humanism to back them and to back their hegemony. And then you have the size discrepancy, which children feel very acutely. The adult really hovering around little children and telling them what to do. And that can be a lot of very anxiety arousing for children. So there is this book called I Am Amelia Earhart. As you can see, this girl is Amelia Earhart. And this book is really about Amelia Earhart. She's a girl who loved adventure, and she never let anybody stop her from trying new things, even things that girls had not done before, like flying all the way across the Atlantic Ocean. She was the first. She worked harder than anyone else, and she never gave up on her dreams. And this she started as a child. So she broke all flying records when the world as a child told her, don't do this, you'll fall. Children are often told, don't do this, you'll fall. So they internalize that. and Amelia chose not to. So if you see this book, which is for children, this entire book is about Amelia doing really wonderful things. She's taken a box and she's put herself on it, and her friends are really scared. They're really scared because she's going to slide down this makeshift slide that she's made for herself. And she's fallen down, but she had such fun. And look at the way, she's a girl, she must not do this. Her parents have been telling her to play with dolls, she refuses. And girls should definitely not open their mouths so big and scream the way she's screaming. And she's doing just that. She's doing what she wants to do because she believes in that. And though she's hurt, she says, awesome. Now here, if we look at these pictures which tell us about, it says, when she grows up a little more, for my flying sessions, I worked as a truck driver. I worked as a stenographer, and then I also worked as a photographer. In these pictures, though Amelia is a grown-up, she's depicted to be a little child in the world of grown-ups. So ultimately, the book really ends with everybody rejoicing and celebrating Amelia's success. Now that she's a success, everybody's celebrating her. And the book ends with Amelia's real picture when she's an adult and she's flying. And here in a set of biographies, what you see is Amelia, the little cartooned child. Right? She's always a little child at heart with a little aeroplane with her. Now, this book illustrations make the size discrepancy more immediately obvious. And the autobiographical nature of the book actually helps to negotiate her own identity politics with a certain playfulness. Read from a post-humanist perspective, while a small size would ordinarily denote vulnerability, supplemented with her actions and her belief and her confidence, it also subtly makes her the master of this otherwise vulnerable moment. The diminutive Amelia manages to subvert the trivializing tendency of the diminutive and reinvests it with this ultimate supremacy of agency, belying the small size and big confidence over an adult-centric big size and small confidence. Even as this play on size operates within the binary of small big, other values like her belief and her confidence absorb this binary partially to operate as a child-centric praxis that locates achievement in the child at her vulnerable best. Instead of others exploiting her vulnerability, she immersively explores its potential towards praxis, positive praxis. So this is the first example I wanted to give, where we look at size and how we re-examine the contours of size that make for the human and that can easily alienate the child, other the child, and yet how children's books can really subvert that tendency and can renegotiate that tendency of playing on size to come up with a different agency that is exhibited by the child. And the reworking of these illustrations along with the autobiography, that very activity, that very mode of representing Amelia, in a way lends agency to the child adult. There is not much of difference between the child and the adult. In fact, there are more continuities than we would otherwise come to acknowledge ordinarily. So the next book is a very famous book by Dr. Seuss. Dr. Seuss, we've all read as children, a very famous book called Horton Hears a Who. Some of you may have read it. Horton Hears a Who says that little children, a person's a person, no matter how small. So that there's a rhyme that goes like that. Now this book, The Cat in the Hat, comes back, talks about a cat, and it starts off with two little children. These two little children are just called somebody, two somebodies. So their mother says, somebody has to clean all this way, there's snow all over. Mother says, somebody has to clean all this place. Somebody. So these two somebodies without a name are asked, their children of parents, and they're asked to come and clean up the snow because the snow has covered their house and their porch all over. And here they're working like that. And just then the cat enters. This is the cat. This is the way the cat enters. And when the cat enters, what we get to know is that the children are full of anxiety. They're full of worry. Why? Because the cat is something that must not enter their neat household. Cats are full of tricks. Cats have, they know that cats are not allowed into the neat domestic spheres of their own homes. Now, these cats play all sorts of, this cat can play all sorts of tricks, and it says, it says it doesn't really want to play a trick. All it wants is to just go in and get out of the snow. So what people call tricks are actually just the subjectivity of the cat here, and you get to know from what is written, and it says, all I want to do is play a few tricks. No, I don't play any tricks. All I want to do, it says, play tricks, laughs the cat. Oh my, no. I just want to go and get out of the snow. So the cat comes in, and the cat comes and lounges inside a tub. And there it's a bathtub, it's eating a nice cake. And so while it's eating the cake, the entire tub, which is white, becomes stained by the cat's pink. So the cat makes it go pink all over, and it says, cat, you get out. There's work to be done. I have no time for tricks. I must go back and dig. I can't have you here eating cake like a pig. So this cat is, it says, a big, oh boy, what a thing, a big long pink cat ring. It looked like pink ink. So you see the kind of the amusement that this rhyming offers, this rhyme scheme offers. And then what happens is that the bathtub, now that it is stained pink, this pink stain, the little children, they are full of anxiety. So the little children, they ask the cat to do something about the stain, and they go and pick up their mother's dress and they clean up the tub with that to their success. But though the stain is out from the tub, now the stain has come to has come on the dress. So similarly, we see that the stain just passes from the tub to the dress, to the mother's dress, to the wall, to the rug, and so to different parts of their houses, but the stain doesn't really go away. And at one point, the children and the cat are really now tired of this. But what is also inherent here is that both the child and the cat are really involved. There's this play that's happening. There is this activity that's happening, and it's a group activity where both the cat and the children are involved. So when we see that, we see a very playful cat, and we see really scared children who are really full of anxiety. Now what? But that now what is not so much an indicator of what the child thinks, but in fact a filtered consciousness of the parents that has been absorbed into the child, where the child is full of anxiety and worry and fear. Now, by the time now they really now they don't know what to do, and the child and the cat says, "I can't do it alone," said the cat in a hat. And what's the next solution? Magic. So the cat has a trick in its hat. What is the trick? It has another hat. It has another hat. And it has another cat under its hat. And then this cat is labeled A. But it doesn't stop at that, because even A can't help him really take off that stain. Now comes B, C, D, and then comes each hat lifting its hat, each cat lifting its hat. And under that, lo behold, what do we see? Another cat. And this goes on, and we have cat number Z. So one cat lifting its hat, another cat on that, and then this magic continues until cat after cat reveals a cat under its hat, till we reach cat Z, which is so minuscule that it can barely be seen. Now here is the Z. You can't see. And I bet you can't guess what he has in his hat. And he has something in his hat too, and that is called Voom. Voom. Voom is not a cat. Voom is just something that we don't know what it is. It's just some critter of the earth, you know, in the sense of looking at the post-human world, which is entangled with all that it's not even aware of. So as a species, we are too aware of ourselves, where we are completely unaware of a whole cosmopolitan world that we are living within. And this has been called by post-humanists, this has been called species cosmopolitanism, where, you know, the planet is housed not only by us, but by a range of people and a range of these others that we don't even know of, material others, life forms that we may not know of, agency by living, non-living matter, organic, inorganic things that we may not be completely aware of at all, because we are too busy exploring our own consciousness. And here, these critters, we need to acknowledge the presence of them and being entangled within their presence. So this is Voom here. This Voom is somebody we don't know, but this Voom does some kind of magic and just drives all those pink stains away. And there we are left with everything gone. No stain now. And things are back to normal as we know it. Back to normal. So you see, laughter cat, now your snow is all white. Now your work is all done. Now your house is all right, and you know where my little cats are, said the cat. That Voom blew my little cats back in my hat. So if you ever have spots now and then, I will be very happy to come here again. So this is how the story ends. But it's important to know that the story is peopled not with one cat, but cats that are diminishing in size, the smallest of which, Voom, would be
Hello. Hello. Dr. Joshi, are you with us?
yeah, there was a power cut, and so I lost my connection, but I rejoined. So may I continue?
Please go ahead.
Thank you. So the story is peopled by not with one cat, but with cats of diminishing size, the smallest of which would be invisible, ungrievable, but also inviolable. It's not even seen, we don't even know what it is. So to an adult-centric culture that shuns stray cats, that can play tricks that we know nothing of, the story progresses obsessively with this stain. The story ends with Voom, the smallest, unseeable, uncategorizable, invisible, ungrievable, unknowable creature or critter, cleaning up the entire stain, which has incidentally brought the entire cast to a single assemblage that is trying to, in effect, solve a problem of the problem of the stain. Only some see it as a problem, others see it as play. Now this everybody is engaged in this activity, whether they like it or not, they are engaged, the children and this whole range of cats that keep coming out of each other's hats. And yet this entire caste is involved in as a single assemblage in a species cosmopolitanism to solve a problem, but only some see that as a problem, others see that as play. The cats are enjoying it, whom is enjoying it, and they are the ones actually driving this entire process. So the cats finally leave the house of the human, and that's the humans, and that's how the story ends. The order is restored, and so this story really ends with a reinstatement of those binaries, which we know as animal, human, wild, tame, inside, outside, proper, improper, domestic, wild, stray, pet. But there is a porosity, there is a possibility of interdependency, there is a potential for spontaneous exchange, there is a toying with the boundaries of what can make or unmake the human, what are the values that matter to us. So this, when the story really ends, this story could actually be treated as a nonsensical it could be treated as nonsensical entities that are enjoying their rhyme and their abuse of rhyme, and all that they are amusing with this whole rhyme scheme. They're really not abusing but amusing with their entire rhyme scheme, as opposed to critically subverting these boundaries. But the fact that they're allowing for a certain amount of porosity, that they're allowing for an interdependency to happen, is what is important as a measure of species cosmopolitanism. So when Locke talks about the idea of man, he says man is just an idea in our minds, quote unquote. And he says, quote, and I say, and he says, and I quote, it's a sound in our mouths that recalls an animal's of a certain form. So the next topic that I would like to discuss is another novel called The 1,000-Year-Old Boy. The 1,000-Year-Old Boy. This is a story, The 1,000-Year-Old Boy. It's a book about Alfie Monk. His name is Alfie Monk. It seems when he started out, his name was Alve, Alv Monk, Munk. And over the years, his name mutated into Alfie Monk. He's not just an ordinary 11-year-old boy. He is an 11-year-old Alfie Monk who, it turns out, is 1,000 years old. The story starts from the Nordic era when he administered into his body a secret magical liquid that was encased within a pearl while wars were going on outside and factions were fighting other factions. He administered the secret magical liquid which was encased within a pearl called the live pearler. His mam and his mam, which is actually his mother, and his cat Biffa are similarly transformed into beings, and they're called never deads because they will not die of aging. They can die, but they will die of they can be killed, they can die by accident, they can die by injury, but they cannot die of aging. So what seems like a wonderful opportunity is soon revealed to come at a cost. The only hope for Alfie after his mother dies in a fire is the sole surviving live pearler, which is something that Alfie, when he was a little child, had hidden away. And he had hidden away this live pearler, and he had hidden it away in a secret cave. And this now, if this is re-administered by Alfie, it could reverse the previous live pearler's action, and it could allow him to age. Now the question is, why does he need to age? And so the novel really brings into focus the division between life and death. And in terms of, in the humanist terms of age, we know of this ideal human as someone who not only is of a certain shape and size, the Vitruvian man, he's also someone who subscribes to a certain lifespan. So anything that exceeds that lifespan would be treated as monstrous. So coupled, his age is something that is fantastical. Not anymore in the transhumanist scheme of things where we're talking of downloading consciousness. We may just as well talk of 1,000 years. Possible, if not today, somebody may be on it even as we speak. But But the fact is that this negotiation of human age in proportions that are inconceivable as such in humanist terms. So he says, I long to grow up to be a man. I long to be in a hurry to do something before time runs out. I long for the feeling that life is precious, that I have to cram as much as I can into every sun drenched day and every frost filled night, to know that childhood is special because it does not last forever. Childhood, so to have friends like Aiden and Roxy who will not look at me strangely and then turn away from me when I fail to age like them. So the story progresses. Aiden and Roxy are friends that he makes spontaneously. He meets them and he just makes friends with them while he's actually fleeing from the police. So they help Alfie to reach his goal against all odds. And what is their goal? What is his goal? The goal is to administer the second live perler, which is the only live perler which can allow him then start aging. So the story ends with a very difficult quest, which is aided by Roxy and Aiden, a very dangerous quest. And the story ends with this, with success and a promise of normal growth and lives lived happily ever after. Their friendship and group action against powerful adults in the story is the upshot of Alfie's arduous and hard-won conquest, and showcases the possibilities of interrelationships between people. Such relationships are always spontaneous, empathetic, enduring, dependable, and without any ulterior motives. Now, the story of Alf is that of an adult whose age is inflated beyond the highest conceivable reach of human lifespan, and yet he is housed in a child's body. He has accommodated in various ways, easy in some ways, uneasy in other ways, to a widely changing social order for over 1,000 years. He responds to crises with the experience of the years that a human adult would have, but he is annoyed just the way a child is when adults or adulterized children around him treat him like a child. So the novel does a metaphysical play around what it is to be a child or an adult. A lot of friends, both Roxanne and Roxy and Aiden, their character also it can be explored in terms of who is a child and what really is a child vis-a-vis an adult. So Roxy is a child, but she's brave, intelligent, extremely well-read, empathetic, astute, um, aware of racial profiling. She's an African American, and she's astute and opinionated. And the behavior of the novel's cast complicate the notions of adult and child behavior, and they expose the reader's expectations of these behaviors as social constructs. By being the hyper adult that Alfie is, he also draws into focus the continuities and discontinuities within human animal relationships, within which this fantasy enables a critical and concrete engagement. It inhabits a world where there were bears once. So Alfie is moving around and he says, oh, there were bears once, not anymore. They're extinct. It was natural to be moving around in the same areas where there are colonies and people living in concrete jungles where there used to be bears once, and he's attesting to that. The environmental ethic of hunting, he's hunting rabbits. But his environmental ethic of hunting only for food is a counterpoint for a modern hunting, for example, trophy hunting for pleasure or overconsumption. He has seen the extinction of birds whose eggs he once ate with his ma'am. He has witnessed firsthand the human occlusion of the natural world. He makes it possible to concretely and attentively envision a less consumptive world by attesting to real pre-Anthropocene era, to a real pre-Anthropocene era, uh, without aligning this world with the speculation around a fairyland paradise or an apocalypse, apocalyptic or post-apocalyptic apocalyptic possibilities. So basically, Alf or Alfie is a hybridized entity who complicates the boundaries between adulthood and childhood, growth and retardation, mutability and stasis, old and new, archaic and modern. In him, the two binaries cohabitate and co-evolve as he punctures the unproblematized stability of man. Like a variously mutable Gulliver, he offers the child reader the window of possibilities simultaneously presented by a forward-focused agenda for growth and a pull of the past. The child readers are thereby encouraged to reevaluate the fixity of species boundaries associated with what it means to be human. So, if we look at these various aspects of children's literature, read from a post-humanist lens, children's literature helps both children and adults to renegotiate the terms of certain cultural values vis-a-vis others. It aids in visualizing boundary pollutions that may not be visible without the fantasy structures and imaginative reaches of children's literature. And this is very important because children's literature ultimately has a socializing function. It invites readers to ask who they are and who they might become. So I would like to conclude there, and thank you very much for your patient listening.
Wow. Thank you so much, Dr. Richa. That was really a very thought-provoking lecture from your end, and it's not everybody's cup of tea to actually understand the science behind all of this. You definitely I would like to thank you for giving us a very vivid and very clear understanding of what the humanist approach is and what the post-humanist or transhumanist approach that we were talking about. Questioning the boundaries, blurring those borders that need to be addressed or blurred, or in a way they should just vanish if we kind of want to teach our children about Anthropocene, about nature and everything. So it was a very engrossing talk from your end. You talked about 3 books. Dr. Seuss's. We all have read Dr. Seuss, and Amelia Earhart is one of the most well-known figures across the world. Now I leave it up to our audiences who have been listening keenly to you to come up with their questions, to come up with their observations about your session. So for the last session for today, I open up the platform for all the attendees here, if they have any questions for Dr. Richa here.
I do totally understand if everybody is hungry and would like to get a little more than thought in their stomachs. So maybe you would need to turn to food rather than thought. So.
Yeah, I know, but and I'm hopeful, and I assume that most of us would be sitting with our lunch plates in our hands right now, because although it's very important to eat, but then you cannot miss out on such sessions because they don't happen every day. It is a very rare and important opportunity for all of us to listen to you and speakers like you and the other speakers who joined us today. So even if you are having your lunch plates in front of you, that's fine. We don't mind, but we definitely would like to hear what you guys, the ones who've been listening to us, to Richa ji, they have to say about her take on children's literature and the post-humanism. It has been a long day, but
I think Rohini ji, we can wind up now, and we can leave a
okay.
little room for tomorrow, because it's already, I think, 2:45. We need to wind up and build up the appetite for tomorrow. So
Absolutely, absolutely.
I will thank you with all my heart for moderating today's sessions, being so patient and being so generous with asking questions and putting forth the questions to the speakers, and then to get the answers from the speakers, and then it happened in such a seamless way. So thank you so much for it, Rohini ji. I totally I expected you to do nothing less than what you did today. You did a beautiful, brilliant job. Our attendees are truly blessed to have you as moderator today. Thank you so much. Thank you ever so much. And with that, I will request everybody to say bye to everyone and let us meet tomorrow. Please. Yes, we will meet tomorrow, and we will meet at sharp 10. Students, attendees, please make sure that you are there and you don't get late in joining the session. Sharp 10, we will start right away. And
Yeah,
Rohini ji,
sure.
I don't know if today's session went on for longer than what it would have. I mean, with all the sessions and flowing one after another, I don't know if we carried on for much longer than what we were supposed to. Did we?
No, I don't think we exceeded the time by a lot. I think it was expected because, we do have our queries and questions, so that's okay. I mean, so tomorrow we have this panel discussion. We wouldn't want to miss it. We have a session by Dr. Latika Gupta, and so yes, thank you very much again, Dr. Joshi, for all your support and for this wonderful lecture. And it's a bye from our side from now on, but tomorrow at 10 we'll definitely meet again. So thank you once again everyone for attending the webinar today. Thanks.
Thank you.